Can you all hear my mic? Is it working? Can y'all hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Over here, can you guys hear the mic? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Okay, it works. Can we all put our hands together for our CEO, Ms. Faith Bautista Tomashiro?
He sure is a pastor. So before I introduce the panel, thankful to our sponsor. Unfortunately, he cannot stay, so I and actually Charter gave the very first Asian channel in 41 states. So thank you so much, Charter. Peter?
Thank you so much. My name is Peter Hidalgo, and it's an honor and a privilege to join you today for this historic event. Spectrum, as you probably know us, we serve some 3 million customers here in the greater Southern California area. And our number one product, what do you think it is? Is it TV? Is it mobile service? No, it's broadband. Broadband is our number one product, and the power of broadband is significant because at home, broadband is like an invisible hero that makes everything possible. At work, broadband is the unsung productivity hero. And for business, broadband is the engine that drives growth. And Spectrum continues to provide the fastest speeds available. A gig of service, that's 1,000 megabytes of internet at home, at work, and even more so if you're a large company. But Spectrum continues to be an integral part of your life, and we are grateful that we could get the support from NDC and organizations and individuals like you. So for that, on behalf of Spectrum and our 4,000 employees here in the greater Los Angeles County area, thank you so much for allowing us to be here and to be a contributing partner today. Thank you.
All right, y'all ready to get dirty, and let's move the needle for those who are hard to reach, hardly reached, and talk about some financial literacy today. And the gateway to the American dream. Want to invite our distinguished panel up: Luke Reynolds, Mary Paulos, Stan Ivy, and Simone are here to share with us today. I think I'm gonna go on this side. Can you all give it up for our panel this afternoon? Oh, no. You got to do it like you in a black church. Come on, give it up for our panel today. You guys have a tough crowd. Can I try that one more time? Can we give it up for our panel today? There we go. Well, good afternoon, panel. Thank you for participating and taking the invite to share with us about a very important subject that's near and dear to the National Diversity Coalition. And I take it personal. This is kind of my space that I'm hungry about sharing in with. So we're excited that you guys are here. But I'm going to ask each one of you the same question to start, and then we'll go off script a little bit. That's where we get to get dirty. Then we're going to do some Q&A. Y'all ready? Yes. Anybody else ready? All right, first, let's go ladies first. Let's go Mary, Restore LA. Marcy, I'm sorry. Marcy, they got Mary on here. Marcy, I thought it was something there. But what steps has your institution taken to enhance financial education and literacy, promoting responsible financial decision-making, particularly in the context of housing?
Okay, so hi everyone, Marcy Palos. I'm with Restore LA CDC. I co-founded the organization after the pandemic, but we've been around as a ministry for almost 41 years. And what we realized during the pandemic was what we were already seeing in South LA was poverty expanded and magnified due to the pandemic. And we quickly realized that a lot of the root of why specifically the Hispanic community was experiencing major challenges was basic financial literacy. You know, many of the people, if you understand the Latino community in South LA, many of them have come to this country with the American dream, but with a very limited education. And so many of them come with maybe a third and fourth grade education from their countries. You add a new language barrier, and then you realize that you have all these different challenges that you have to overcome. And so as an organization, we came together and thought that financial literacy was going to be a great place to start. And we are honored to be one of the organizations that are on the front lines of South LA educating Latino communities. And we've had the privilege of educating hundreds of people in our financial literacy program. So that's what we're doing at Restore LA CDC.
Did y'all hear hundreds of people? Come on, come on, come on. Give it up for Marcy, y'all. Simone, let's go there. Former CEO of Luther Bank and Savings.
Thank you. Yes, former CEO of Luther. Thank you, Brent. Brent is the CEO. You're going to hear from him later. He's the CEO of WaFed, and WaFed purchased Luther Burbank Savings. I have been in financial services for many years, and most recently again at Luther Burbank Savings. And Luther Burbank was primarily a residential lender. So we were very focused, in fact, on not just single family and home ownership, but also on providing workforce housing. The vast majority of our multifamily loans that we made were actually in low and moderate income communities. And so we really had a real passion and have a real passion around housing. And I would say probably one of the most important things that can be done when people are looking to buy a home is to find a HUD-approved counseling center and really go through the program. And I've heard people say, oh, I looked it on TikTok or I looked it on Google and I know what I'm doing. Honestly, it is so well-rounded when you go to a HUD counseling center. They really help you understand the importance of, how much you need for a down payment, what your budgeting is, the maintenance costs that, some of the things that you just don't think about when you're looking to buy a house. So that's one of the most important things. And I'm going to talk for a minute about some of the things that are available out there, because when you go to a HUD-approved counseling center, many times they know about a lot of the different programs that are available. And one of the key programs that I'm aware of is the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco. And they offer down payment assistance programs for first-time home buyers. And they do require, which again I think is so important, that you go through HUD counseling and that you complete a HUD counseling. But right now, the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco has put aside $13 million this year for first-time home buyers, and it's called their WISH program. You may want to write that down, their WISH program. And what that will do is it will match up to 4 times the money that you put in, up to $30,800. So a really nice matching grant program that they provide through the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco. Now, it's important to note that Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco works through their members. They don't work directly with consumers. But they on their website, the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco does note the banks in their membership who are providing the WISH program. So something that I think is really a nice program. But I will say Cal HFA, the California Housing Financial, they just put out, as of April 3rd, a $150,000 program, matching grant program. So it's something that opened April 3rd for people to go online and apply, and it will close on April 29th. So it is a little different program, and it's important to go through the educational process on it because it is sharing of the appreciation and the value of the house, but it will help provide up to $150,000. A number of different programs out there, and again, going to the HUD approved counseling centers, they know a lot of the programs. I've just named a few, but there are others that do, whether it's a municipality or different state programs. The one I just mentioned, Alex, HFA, is a state program. There are a lot of different programs out there, and a lot of times they're layering. So you might get like a WISH grant, and then you might get something from Cal HFA or some other program that can layer it in to help people buy their first.
Excellent. Did y'all hear what she said? This is the WISH program for those who wish they can buy a house.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. Us at Restore LA, homeownership, affordable housing is a huge part of what we do. And a lot of times we get the naysayers of, well, this is Los Angeles, you know, if you don't have $1 million, you can't buy a home, blah, blah, blah. That is the absolute truth. Not the truth. Not the truth. I'm sorry. Absolutely not the truth. We have had the privilege of putting many families into homes here in Los Angeles using these programs. And so what she said is so important. Go out to your CBO, go out to your nonprofit and contact them. We have the people, we have the resources that we want to connect you with so you can lay your grants and be able to get into a home. So it's definitely possible. Don't listen to the naysayers. It's definitely possible.
Somebody say it's possible.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, you guys got to do better than this. Come on, say it's possible.
It's possible.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from FDIC. Let's hear from the FDIC. What is the FDIC doing? You remember the question?
Yes. What are we doing around promoting financial education and literacy, promoting responsible financial decisions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Look, that's a really timely question. Earlier this week, our chairman released a new economic inclusion strategic plan. And that strategic plan guides pretty much all of the FDIC outreach and consumer education and research efforts. And why do I bring that up in the context of financial literacy? Well, financial education and literacy is infused throughout each of the 4 strategies of the economic inclusion strategic plan. I think really the direction we've gone into the financial education field in recent years has been integrating and infusing financial education into bankable moments, teachable moments, times where people are making financial decisions as opposed to one-off workshops that aren't necessarily tied to a specific goal or purpose. Of course, the FDIC has more financial education programs, materials for all ages that focus on online learning gains, consumer newsletters, and other resources. Go to fdic.gov/MoneySmart to learn more about those. But I think what we've really seen is through our Get Banked campaign, the opportunity for education to be used to motivate people to open up an account, particularly during the pandemic. People had more opportunities to receive electronic payments. We've had opportunities to infuse education into after people open an account to help them understand how to use it, and then over the long term as they try to reach financial goals. So the FDIC also contributes to the National Financial Education Strategy. There's an entity called the Financial Literacy and Education Commission, FLEC, which creates a national financial education strategy that guides all of the federal government financial education efforts. I encourage you to take a look at it. But I'll just stop there and talk a little bit more later.
We're good. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. All right, we're going to hear from Bank of California last but not least.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm Stan Ivey with Bank of California. We're a business bank, and like the FDIC has a plan, we have a community benefit plan. And in terms of financial literacy, our goal is for our employees to donate 4,000 hours a year in volunteer service. of teaching financial literacy at groups like Marcy's. And, we also give our employees 16 hours a year to fulfill those type of financial literacy goals. We are active in the Federal Home Loan Bank WISH program that Simone mentioned. Since 2020, we've had 24 WISH programs awarded for $565,000. And yeah, see that was Nancy. Nancy is the reason we got all those actually. And 16 affordable housing programs for over $1 million. We are an affordable housing lender. That's what we do as our main, kind of one of our main business lines. And like I said, it's really important, the financial literacy and technical assistance, and we have a donation budget where we support community groups, because community groups are the bridge to help banks connect with these communities. And we have a $3.5 million a year budget for such donations. So that's some of the stuff we do.
Can't wait to call Bank of California.
That's right, man.
Oh, we love Bank of Cal. Second question for the day. Can each of you share successful partnerships or initiatives that your bank or your institution has undertaken to address the housing disparities, promote financial inclusion, and contribute to community economic development? What are your success stories relative to those?
Where do you want to start?
Let's start with Stan.
Okay, so we have done with Faith. Actually, we started several down payment assistance programs, which is one of the main things we do to help. We don't make mortgage loans since we're a business bank, but we support affordable housing through building affordable housing and doing these down payment assistance programs are some of the big things. Our employees also serve on boards of many of these affordable housing related companies. So we support in that way as well. And then, as I mentioned before, through our donations and our employee donations for volunteer hours.
Okay, we'll go right next to Marcy.
So what has Restore LA done? So our mission is we want to see Latino families go from barely surviving to thriving. And the way we do that is we really support Latino-owned small businesses. We pour a lot of our funding into these types of trainings because we want our Latino small businesses to own equity, to own their own equity. And that is one of the ways that we believe we're going to see the wealth gap close, because when Latinos become small business owners, eventually they become homeowners. Eventually they become, people that are going to pay taxes, vote, and they become, a person at the table. We finally have a seat at the table because we are contributing to society. And so as an organization, that's definitely what we are focusing on, is being able to bring resources. I know a lot of times, my colleagues here, they like talking about it, but I'll be honest, as a CBO, a lot of banks don't want to pour money into financial literacy. And why is it? Because it's not a fancy ROI. And the truth is, a lot of these types of programs take time. We're working with communities that have seen disparities for generations. One round of financial literacy is not gonna fix it. It takes time to be able to step into these communities, gain their trust, and really see them thrive, but it takes time. And organizations like ours that have been in these communities for a long time, we've already built trust with them, and we have access to over 20 faith-based organizations that are in other areas of South LA, and we love to partner with them and be able to resource a lot of the opportunities that we have. So that's what we're doing.
Very well said.
So I'm going to focus on the Federal Home Loan Bank again. I mentioned that the bank that I worked at sold to WAFED, yay WAFED. And I've sat now on the Federal Home Loan Bank's board of directors for 11 years, and they have some amazing programs. So in 2022, our board at the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco put funds aside for empowering Black home ownership. It was a program that we said, when you look at what's happened since 1960, the gap between those who have housing in the Black communities versus those who have housing in the Caucasian community, it's actually grown. That gap has not been shrinking. And we said, we need to do something. So the board said, let's put funds aside, and it was to match what our member banks put aside for HUD-approved counseling in communities of color. So while we called it the Empowering Black Homeownership, it really was for communities of color, and we really want to just work to close that gap. So that was one thing that we did, and so far we've had over $4 million that have been funded into HUD-approved counseling programs in these communities. Another thing that we did, again, saying we need to really put our money where our mouth is, how do we make this difference? Well, we funded $1.5 million to partner with the Urban Institute to do research to say, are there other ways to do mortgage underwriting than just the way that we've all done it for so many years? And so we said, are there other types of things that we can look at as opposed to their traditional credit? Because many people in the low and moderate income communities, and I see Marcy nodding, they don't have credit. And how do you get started? So that was, we actually ended up creating a Closing the Gap report, and had a number of different ideas in it, and that came out fairly recently. And we also just recently at the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco agreed to accept Vantage Score credit scoring as credit scoring for mortgage loans for pledged for collateral with the Federal Home Loan Bank. And the reason that's important, and if you have an interest, Vantage Score actually helps people who don't have a FICO score be able to track their rent payments and their utility payments, and with those payments, they can actually gain a score. And more financial institutions are accepting Vantage Score as a scoring methodology for their underwriting. So those are a few.
Very good. All right.
If I could just make a comment about the financial literacy issue, and I think it's really unfortunate that our schools don't teach financial literacy. And I think
Slam
that,
dunk.
yeah, I think the problem is they have standardized tests that are tied to funding. So there's no incentive for them to teach anything, to teach financial literacy or anything else that's not tied to that funding. So that's a big change that we need to make with the legislature. I think that would really improve our financial literacy efforts.
I agree.
I'm just going to talk about one example locally, our Alliance for Economic Inclusion. How many of you are part of the AEI? I know at least one person, Nancy, is part. A couple people, I don't know if Mary Duran is here. She's the person who leads the Alliance for Economic Inclusion here in Los Angeles. And the goal of the Alliance for Economic Inclusion is to bring together a broad spectrum of financial institutions, nonprofits, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and others, and identify some common goals and common projects for the year, and then work together to take those on. One example that's been really successful is increasing bank engagement in the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. Last year, we were able to facilitate a little over 200 bankers participating at 23 VITA sites around Los Angeles County, generating over $10 million in tax refunds for low and moderate income individuals. That's great, but it's also connected to the Los Angeles Saves campaign. And the Los Angeles Saves campaign is focused on helping people develop a savings goal and then giving them the tools and resources they need to make that goal a reality. Last year, the participants in LA Saves committed to save a little over $1 million. So, I mean, that's one example locally where we can see the value of bringing together, and there's Mary Duran, I just mentioned her, she just walked in the room. So if you'd like to learn more about the AEI, Alliance for Economic Inclusion, please see me or Mary. And then, I'll just mention, I mentioned Los Angeles as an example, but we also have had some successes in San Diego. I could talk all around the country, but I just want to keep it local. In terms of opening up a VITA site in a low-income community in National City, as well as facilitating some relationships to make greater bank involvement in engagement and participation, sponsorship of an affordable housing program. So those are just a couple examples. I could go on more if we had more time.
Go on.
Yeah, I wanna cut through the cotton. I'm gonna jaywalk right here. I wanna. No law enforcement is there? I have an extra question. I have 4 questions. I want to skip 2 because we have about 15 minutes, and I want to go to the dirty question. What are we doing wrong and right in helping the unbanked, the underbanked, the people in Crenshaw are hardly reached. As Faith says, hard to reach. We're talking about some great things here. The people on South Central, Crenshaw, and Slauson and Florence, where I pastor, know nothing about what we're talking about. What are we doing? Right or wrong? And what do you suggest we need to do to move the needle? We're not moving the needle. To move the needle. Who wants to go first?
Okay, go ahead.
Ooh, Simone.
Well, it is a tough question. And I want to say that, I think trying to really help people, and I've said it, I feel like I'm a broken record on how to prove counseling. I want to give an example. At Luther Burbank, now WAFED, we had a customer that found out about us through LA Neighborhood Housing, a Neighborhood Housing Association, or service, Neighborhood Housing Services of Los Angeles County. I should know them because I've worked with them for many years. Phenomenal. And this woman, 56 years old, had always lived in a rental. She'd never owned her own home. And that was her dream, was to own her own home. And she didn't think she could. And she had a job, but she didn't know how to go about it. And her sister actually told her, and this is it, we need to help people go to how to prove counseling programs, because she went and she learned about what she could afford, how to put a budget together. And in the end, at 56 years old, she's a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 4. And I'll just give her first name is Doris. She bought a home. And it has a pool. It's actually a condo. I should make sure I say it right. It's a condo. And she got a $22,000 WISH grant from the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco and a $5,100 matching grant from Luther Burbank Savings. And she is in that home. She is excited to have her grandkids come over and swim in the pool at the condo. And, it's possible, and it's helping people know it's possible. It's getting that word out and getting them into these how to prove counseling programs.
How to prove counseling. Great answer. Somebody else.
Sure. So, 2009, Congress asked us to conduct a biannual study on the unbanked to help understand how many unbanked people there are and where they are and more about them. The good news is between 2009 and 2 years ago, the unbanked rate fell in half from 8.2% to 4.5%. Even more significantly, there was a much sharper decline in the groups that are disproportionately unbanked. For example, the black household unbanked rate fell from 21% to 11%. Hispanic rate fell from 20% to 9%. There are many contributors to the fall on the unbanked rate, but some of the key factors that we have seen are the opportunity to promote safe, affordable accounts where people can open and not get hit by surprise fees. There's often called certified accounts or safe accounts. The other are bank-on coalitions. Do you want to say something or ask something? No? Okay. Bank-on coalitions. There's one.
Are you being funny or are you serious? Are you serious? Who did that research?
The U.S. Census Bureau.
Did they include like South Los Angeles and Chicago and?
So let me continue, and then I think this will make a little bit more sense.
Please. I'm about to pass out up here.
where we've really seen a lot of success around the country are coalitions focused on specific communities, bank-on coalitions.
Like
The-
NDC.
Yes, there's a bank on DC. There are bank-ons in many communities. There's a bank on Los Angeles, right? Yes. So, I mean, I think we really should sit down and talk about how can we help a coalition like Bank on Los Angeles. Bank on Coalition had great successes in many cities in bringing down the unbanked rate substantially. There's no reason why it can't work here to a greater degree.
Can
I
add
would
to
like a
that?
seat at that table. Please save me a seat.
I was gonna say also before, especially when you work with very low income, which is the community I work with, you know, we're not even there yet. A lot of us aren't even building coalitions yet. Right now, what we're still trying to bridge is them being afraid of you guys as bankers.
Yeah.
That's just the absolute truth. They're still having hundreds of thousands of dollars in their apartment, cash, money that they have worked really hard for to save, and they're just so afraid to even go deposit that money in the bank. And so for us to just, think our families, the Ramirez family are gonna show up tomorrow morning to the bank and deposit $150,000, that's just not a reality. And so that's why it's so important for me as a CBO and those of us who are in the trenches, I would say, in the community, is that we partner with the community and we partner with the banks to be able to be a bridge of a safe place for our community. I have families that ask me, Marcy, I have X amount of money, but I'm scared to go deposit it. What do I do? And when I ask the banks these questions, a lot of times they don't have an answer for it. And I understand, as us, kind of being in the middle, but for us as a nonprofit, what we want to do is we want to get our families banked. Our families, they want to own homes. They want to have small businesses. They want to leave a legacy for their family, but there's still a lot of fear. So meeting in the room, and we're going to do some financial literacy. And we get them to stay and they learn. And if that is the way that we're going to get our community to come and learn about financial literacy, about affordable housing, about financing, then that's what we're going to do. And I think it's important for the banking institutions to start connecting with the faith community that have been in these communities for decades and actually be a resource for them.
Awesome. I'm going to ask Stan a different question. 'Cause
I want to.
Okay, Tap. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say Marcy is exactly right, and I'm pleased to say that our community benefit plan, which is public, has a faith-based component to it, because it is hard for us to reach those communities because they're afraid of us, especially if they're maybe from another country. They don't trust banks. I will also say that while I wore a suit and tie today for this event, we don't wear ties at the bank. So if you do come to the bank, we'll try to be a little more welcoming.
And you know what I will say? Bank of Cal, a lot of times when, especially me, I'm a first gen, I'm Central American, Salvadoran and Guatemalan. When we are a first generation community, the only thing we are familiar with are the big banks, and that's why we automatically go there. But as we step into these spaces in community development, we realize actually other banks actually have better options for us.
Regional.
And
Yeah.
so we have,
Yeah.
I'll give an
Yeah.
applause for that. We have so many banks that are community-based banks, like the ones that are sitting here with us, Bank of Cal. You guys that are doing the mergers, they're actually out there wanting to connect with us, wanting to help us. And I think those of us who are in the community, it's our job also to say, hey, you have the right to go check them out. Go check out Bank of Cal. Go check out, the BMOs, and see who's going to give. Yes, WAFED, to see who's going to give you, something that works for you.
Okay, so we're talking about people who have money. My last question, then we're going to take some questions from the audience. But my last question, why is it so expensive to be poor?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think
Because you gave the game-changing answer for the bank underbank when you said schools need to teach it.
Right.
So I wanted to give you this question because you've already answered the other question.
Yeah, but I got that one right. So what? Okay. Yeah, I think it's fees
It's expensive to be poor.
Yeah, it is expensive to be poor, and that's unfortunate. I think it kind of starts with housing expenses. which is a significant portion of people's budgets and their earnings. And then, in a lot of communities, it's hard to get a decent paying job, right? So they have to travel to a different area to get a job, so they have higher transportation costs as well. I think 30% of annual income goes to transportation costs for some of these families. Many other hidden costs. If you don't have enough resources, you can't buy food in bulk. You have to buy smaller amounts or unhealthy food, fast food, stuff like that. And then, the debt and the financial stress creates health issues. And then you have default interest and even higher credit expenses, and then you have medical expenses. It kind of steamrolls.
I knew he would hit it out the
one to
park. I
another.
knew it.
So, come on.
Can y'all give the hand panel? Give the hand to the panel. Couple questions. We'll take 2 from this side, 2 from this side. Questions for the panel.
Hello, my name is Mark Choi. Sorry about earlier. I could have been much more gracious and quieter doing that.
Thank you for speaking up.
Yeah, anyways, thank you for understanding. Out of no disrespect, I have a question. So I'm trying to understand. I'm not financial background, but I think I'm educated enough, or to think things. But where is ultimately the source of all the funds coming from? Just as an illustration, out of this room, let's just say 80 people come up to you for something like a loan or whatever. Can you do that? And where's, is it one source? Is it multiple sources? Is it fundraising? Is it grants? So that's my question. For all, for everyone.
For the banks and FDIC, I guess.
Could I get source of what? I'm sorry.
Of the funds for the
Where's the
loans.
money come from?
Yeah.
For. Okay, so let me just, probably FDIC's answer is going to be the shortest. So we are an independent agency that insures banks. Our funding is from assessments on financial institutions as well as interest from Treasury securities. We do not provide by law, we cannot provide grants. There are other federal agencies that do provide grants. Congress gave them the authority to provide grants, but FDIC does not have that authority from Congress. So that's how FDIC drives its funding.
So not from you.
Not from the FDIC.
Other people at the table are paying us.
The people you police.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think banks provide a lot of this funding. We have the Community Reinvestment Act, so we're required to give back to the community, but it's also the right thing to do as well. And I'm pleased to say that the bank I'm with has the merged bank has an outstanding rating for the last 7 or 8 years on CRA.
Ooh, y'all a tough crowd. He said they're outstanding. Come on.
That's right. And that's probably less than 5% of banks over 10 billion. Right, Luke? I'm looking for you
I don't
to
have
say.
it right in front of me, but it's all. So you can view any bank CRA rating online. You can go ffiec.gov/CRA. You can view any bank CRA rating and read their performance evaluation for the markets in which they operate.
Did y'all write that down? Did you write it down?
And we are a 501c3, so we're a nonprofit. I'm very proud to say that our workshops that we offer are all free. So including the down payment assistance workshop that many times people charge about $100 to $150. We thankfully, because of people's generosity and CRA money, we till this day offer all of our workshops for free.
Second question.
It's a great idea that my name is Mi Jin Chen, and I'm retired, but nonetheless, I have very altruistic motives to find out about financial, particularly for minorities. So the fact that you are a panel of great speakers, what is the one-stop place that the organization is offering to the participants?
NDC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, NDC has brought all of us together because NDC kind of represents they're like our connector, right? And we That's why we all love working with NDC and are grateful for faith in the
Yes,
team.
exactly.
Any questions? Two questions over here, and we'll be done.
Hi, my name's Roberta Cohn. I'm interested in what is the vision for mental health literacy and support for these communities that the majority of the folks have some form of complex trauma, and we're trying to get them successfully into housing. Mental health has such a big part to do with successful economic development, employment, the health of the community, stopping the multi-generational transmission of this of these mental health issues and getting them to stay long-term in housing that they own.
So I'll jump in on that. I mentioned the Federal Home Loan Bank, and the Federal Home Loan Bank every year sets 10% of its net income aside to provide affordable housing. And they do a needs assessment each year. And in looking at the needs, I will tell you that homelessness and some of the things that you talked about are very much in their radar and what they spend their money on. So I will say since 1990, the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco has set aside funds every year, this 10% every year, and they've helped to subsidize over 150,000 housing units in the 3 states that they operate, which is California, Arizona, and Nevada. And they're actually working to increase the amount from 10% to 15% because there's a recognition that there's a huge need in these markets. And yes, mental health is very, very concerning. Homeless veterans is another concern. You know, there are key pockets where it just, you know, we need to create the path on how we can help solve.
Well, we'll take one last question.
Mike Akrawi, representing Clever Community Development from San Diego. Marcy, I think she mentioned a very important point where a lot of people in our community don't trust the banking sector and they keep their money as cash. And when they want to buy a house, it's a big problem to put it back in the bank and verify those funds. Is there a way to help them, or, you know?
I mean, I think some of the kind of the challenges that we've seen with approaches are sort of one-size-fits-all approach where you don't really customize to the needs of a community, where maybe a financial institution or entity goes into a community but doesn't have staff who speak the language of the community in which they're operating. Maybe they don't understand some of the nuances about where money is being kept and why it's being kept there, so that they can kind of reinforce some of the factors that people need to consider when they make decisions about where to put their money. So I mean, I think those are a couple things that come to mind. I'll let a fellow panelist talk to you.
I mentioned VantageScore earlier as an alternative to FICO scoring. And VantageScore, if somebody doesn't have credit, which somebody who's keeping that much cash may not have traditional credit through the FICO scoring, if they work with VantageScore, and there's ways you can go online to figure out how to do this, but they will track your payments for whether it's your utilities, cell phones. If you're making ongoing consistent payments, they can track that and they can give you a FICO score, or it's a VantageScore, not a FICO score, but it's used by many institutions. I think it's 8 of the 10 largest banks now use it, and that will help provide a way to get into getting credit, where if you haven't really had credit previously, it is very difficult. FICO looks at 6 months of credit history, and if you don't have credit history, it's very difficult to get credit.
I would also encourage the community that you serve to connect with the nonprofit that does financial literacy. Financial literacy is so important. If we can start, maybe that specific family won't understand, but if we start creating a culture where financial literacy is a part of the norm, then the fear slowly becomes less and less, and eventually we can start having unbanked communities banked.
Yeah, and as a bank, we need Faith, we need Marcy to help connect with those communities. In fact, earlier today, I met with a gentleman right there, Steve Ely, who has a company called eCredible, and he helps small businesses and consumers rebuild their credit score so they can be a better applicant for banks. So write his name down.
All right, folks, this concludes our panel, and Faith is coming. But as she comes on,
Thank you. I just want to explain more on what these panelists are talking about. So the month of April is Financial Literacy Month. And Financial Literacy Month, financial literacy should be every month, should be every day. So thank you for coming, and this is what I want you guys to get out of this workshop. The banks can only do so much. The regulators cannot really tell the banks what to do because the banks have their own ways of doing business. They can regulate them. FDIC and Mary, can you come up here because she is the representative in Los Angeles, Mary Durant. Because Luke is in San Francisco or most of the time in Washington, D.C. He brought a lot of ideas like that alliance, right? Do you guys know about that alliance at all? No. So Miss Mary, this is Miss Mary Duran. She's been with FDIC for the longest time, 14 years. And I'm really encouraging FDIC, other regulator, they do Project Reach, and where they combine all the nonprofit organization. FDIC can do a lot more of outreach and helping, gathering all of us together to do this financial literacy, right? Financial literacy, just from the FDIC alone, they have Money Smart. Money Smart is so awesome and it's free. How to be smart in your money. It's as simple as that. And like Stan, thank you for meeting with Steve Ely, also have financial literacy. And how many nonprofit leaders are here? Can you raise your hand higher, please? Okay. Can you commit to do financial literacy courses? Louder. Okay. No, it's this very important. How many pastors that are here? Only 2 pastors? Oh, 4, 5, 6. How many pastors are here?
You.
Like what Marcy is saying, you guys capture your audience. We should do financial literacy right after they were blessed. Because in reality, they're blessed Sunday, the following day, they don't know what to do. So this is where we really need to teach them. So I'm really encouraging, and this is about all of us. We cannot get Bank of California alone to do this, WAFD to do this, although they're doing a good job, but they don't have a lot of people also. CRA, if you're talking about the CRA, that's the Community Reinvestment Act, like what Stan Ivey has been around forever. Sorry.
Not that long.
He was a regulator, so he understands how banks are regulated, and he understands the needs. So I think for all of us here, like Nelly, thank you so much for helping the Asian, the Filipino, because there's not a lot of nonprofits anymore that are serving. I think if we can just do collaboration, and thank you for your question, like a one-stop shop, the National Diversity Coalition is really here to help you. We're a bridge. We're collaborative. We're about helping each other. So if we can just, all of us here, and I promise we probably can share some of your, if you don't mind, you can tell us your information and we can share it. And I love the question of Dr. Cohn. In Straight Talk, they're doing the same thing. It's the mental health, right? I mean, Pastor Andre, you can close this because I'm being a pastor and I'm talking too much. The CRA doesn't include mental health, right? Doesn't include that. And without mental health, how can you manage your money? Come on, and everybody after COVID. Okay, Regine, long time no.
No, I was just saying that there is a direct correlation between mental health and mental wellness and financial wellness. And one of the things that we work with young adults, and we encounter that constantly, is that the stress and the strain of trying to manage their finances affects their mental well. And so it's important, you can't leave one out without discussing the other. They're all part of something called social determinants of health. If anyone's familiar with that, if you're not, it's basically all of these different components that we talk about separately that come together to affect the whole person. And so we can't ignore the whole person. We've got to look at all of these and look at how we can come together and collaborate more and address the whole person.
And thank you for coming. Okay, Pastor.
I'm not going to talk too much. So. Guess we have another one. This is the last one.
The last shall be the first. It's all right. So, financial literacy. How many here are exposed or have been volunteers for the Asian Real Estate Association of America? Would you raise your hand, please? We have quite a few of them here. Our top leaders in the area, we call it. We provide financial literacy for our members and then the public at large. So I'm happy to share that with you because we want to invite everybody when we have an event. That's okay. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, can you guys put both of your hands that God blessed you with together to celebrate this amazing panel that we have right here? And in closing, I'll say this. There's not a lot represented that look like me in here, but I know that in my culture, in the African American community, financial literacy is not a popular household conversation. It needs to be in every culture, something that we're talking to our children about, around a dinner table, every day. There needs to be a conversation shared with the next generation. Amen? Amen. God bless you. We're going to move on to the next panel. Are we going to take a break and then come back? Or no break? All right. Okay, those that are, yeah, there's a lot of seats on this side. There's like 5 or 6 in the front, several in the second row. Thank you. You were awesome, man.
I can put you to work.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we just need exposure to it.
Can we get the next?
Pastor Jackson and I have been trying to meet with her, but our schedules keep doing this. We're getting ready to build 200 units of affordable housing on our property, on our church property, because we have 4 acres. But what
All right, all right.
plan for CRA?
Can we get the next panelist to come to the stage, please?
Acquiring multi-unit properties, because it's very common in the area that we're located. And we want to convert them into condominiums so we can sell them to LMI that way. Absolutely.
Can-
Those that are leading the next panel, could you take the stage? Good to meet you, man. Are you? She's supernatural, literally. Are you on this panel? Okay. You all are gonna take a seat here.
Mic check. Mic check. Check, check, check.
Mic check, mic check. Can we get some volume for him?
Check, 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 check. It's on my chin. Check, check, check.
More.
Check.
More.
Turn it up.
Yeah.
Check, check, check.
All right, all yours.
Actually, I had it on my chin. I had him.
No, like straight, not like here, straight. And a little more closer.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, let's get everybody Can I have everybody seated, please? Hello, beautiful people. I know I love networking, but can we all be seated? Shh. Shh. Okay. How do you do in school?
No, you do it.
Okay. Guys, can you please be seated? We're going to start our next panel, and this is small business housing. And you have to stay. We don't have a break because we're going to learn as much as we can. So everyone, please be seated. Let me welcome Daniel Watt of Mechanics Bank. This is Daniel is the head of their I don't have his bio, but I just know Daniel. So he heads the home mortgage out of Oakland, and Mechanics Bank has been around over 100 years old. So it's a very old bank. And just so you know, Mechanics Bank, do you know that they made a big difference in the Asian community because they banked all the building the railroad in San Francisco. So help me welcome Mechanics Bank, and Daniel will introduce everyone.
Thank you, everybody. You guys having a good session so far? Let's give a round of faith in NDC here. Look at all these great people here on a Friday afternoon. So once again, my name's Daniel Watt. I'm with Mechanics Bank. I'm our Director of Mortgage and Consumer Lending, and I'm really excited to moderate this session today for us. We have a very esteemed panel, so I'll start over here on the far side here. We have Claudette Fernandez, who is the General Deputy Assistant Secretary for HUD's Office of Community Planning and Development. Brings over 20 years of diverse local and federal experience in strategic leadership, policy development, stakeholder engagement, and program delivery. Prior to joining HUD, Claudette served as Director for USDA's Office of the Secretary, where she led the establishment of USDA's first Equity Commission, oversaw equity action plans across 20 agencies. Claudette was also the Chief Operating Officer for U.S. Forest Service, where she led 25 Job Corps civilian conservation centers and 4,000 operational employees who helped enable 40,000 firefighters, researchers, and national forest staff. She also served in various leadership roles at Rural Development and FEMA, where she led strategic partnerships and oversaw multi-billion-dollar grants, loans, and loan guarantee programs that financed thousands of business, housing, infrastructure, and disaster resilience projects. Before joining federal service in 2005, she started when she was 5 years old, by the way, her community planning experiences with South Georgia Regional Development Center and Maryland's Prince George's County Department of Housing and Community Development remain a centering force that has focused her career on creating opportunity for those most in need. Claudette earned Masters of Public Administration and BA in Political Science at Valdosta State University and a Master's of Engineering Science in Emergency Management in George Washington University. Born in Manila, Philippines. Give it up. Claudette lives in rural Port Tobacco, Maryland, with her husband and 3 children. Give her a round of applause. Mr. Nino Jeff Lim. Get up for Jeff. He is an entrepreneur and visionary in the Filipino grocery industry. Jeff, better known as Jeff Lim, is a remarkable entrepreneur whose journey began in the heart of the Filipino grocery industry. Born in the Philippines and migrating to the U.S. when he was 10 years old, he was raised amidst the bustling aisles of his mother's small Filipino grocery store in the USA in the 90s. Jeff developed an early appreciation for the important role of Filipino grocery stores in promoting Filipino food and culture. His path took a pivotal turn when the landscape of the Filipino grocery industry shifted dramatically. A formidable competitor, backed by substantial funding, emerged and rapidly expanded throughout California, employing aggressive business tactics that resulted in the closure of numerous Filipino grocery stores, including Jeff's mother's establishment. Witnessing firsthand the monopolistic control exerted by this large supermarket chain and the subsequent rise in prices of Filipino food, Jeff was spurred into action. Determined to preserve the accessibility and authenticity of Filipino cuisine, he embarked on a journey that would ultimately lead to the founding of Island Pacific in the year 2018. Island Pacific persevered. Today, Island Pacific Supermarket is celebrating the opening of its 20th location. And this is a great testament to its enduring success and unwavering dedication to serving the community. Furthermore, the supermarket chain has achieved record sales growth in recent years, solidifying its position as a prominent player in the retail landscape. Jeff's steadfast commitment to his vision has not gone unnoticed. Prior to Jeff stepping down as CEO in November of 2023, Island Pacific Supermarket's achievements garnered widespread recognition, culminating in the prestigious honor of being named one of Fortune magazine's top 20 best large workplaces in retail. This accolade marks, give it up. This accolade marks a historic milestone as Island Pacific becomes the first Asian supermarket to be included in this esteemed list, standing shoulder to shoulder with industry giants such as Wegmans, Target, Publix, and Aldi. Jeff Lim's legacy as a trailblazer and advocate for Filipino culture remains an enduring inspiration for generations to come. Give it up for Jeff. Our next panelist is Robert Apodaca, co-founder of the 200 for Homeownership Incorporated, has a professional and civic career spanning private and public sectors and several industries. As executive director of the 200, he leads statewide coalition that mitigates the increase of poverty through homeownership and fighting other issues that contribute to poverty. While attending college, he co-founded a university student housing program and purchased property through a nonprofit organization for 40 students that remains in operation after 54 years. Wow, what an achievement. Working with a prominent architectural firm, he secured contracts to design and develop over 2,000 affordable and market rate units. Recently, he raised private capital for a nonprofit organization to build 73 affordable housing units for 30% of AMI residents. Robert serves on the board of directors of California Community Builders, Casita Coalition, National Diversity Coalition, Community Housing Opportunity Corporation, and the 200 for Homeownership. Let's give it up for Robert. Last but not least, Karen Gatos. Karen is managing partner of Pikes Peak Capital, a real estate investment firm, which has brought affordable housing to over 600 individuals and families since its founding in 2017. She is also CEO of Luminosity Foundation, a 501c3 clean energy producer focused on residential solar projects that benefit underserved communities. Karen has successfully founded and led impact-oriented organizations for 8 years. She has an MBA from the University of Denver. Let's give it up for Karen. All right, that was a lot to say. So we're going to start off with a few things. We're going to go through some pre-submitted questions, and at the end, we will leave plenty of time for Q&A from all of you, okay? So let's do this. Let's start with, how about Claudette? We'll start with Claudette and Jeff.
Sure.
These two are for Claudette and Jeff on the end there. So in a post-COVID environment, diverse groups and business owners that they must face to start or grow opportunities within that space.
Awesome. Thank you so much. First of all, magandang tanghali po. Hello, everyone. Thank you for NDC's leadership for bringing us all together, and I'm very humbled to be around you all. Really appreciate it. In a post-COVID environment, I think what's different this time around for businesses and nonprofits and banks and CDFIs to take into account, even citizens, is the rising cost of food and basic necessities, right? It's just radically different compared to pre-COVID era. But I feel like there are also some good things that have happened post-COVID. It highlighted the unique challenges of underserved communities, right? The unique challenges that we all face during COVID, whether it's persistent poverty, the unique challenges that senior citizens have to face, the stigma of mental health, for example, right? And like some of the things that just so unique to the community, especially for the immigrant community that they faced during the COVID situation. So there's that, but then there are also some very positive things that have happened. For example, it also highlighted the contributions of the immigrant community from farm worker community. None of the farms shut down, you guys. It's because of the immigrant community continuing to till the soil, continuing to produce food, and much of that dependent on farm worker immigrants, right? Whether it's Latino or Asian American or European or African, the immigrant community contributed so much in critical food security of the nation during the COVID pandemic. And then it also highlighted the contributions of the immigrant community in the healthcare industry. Majority of the immigrant communities, serve as nurses, home care, and I think it would have been worse if it weren't for the underserved communities really showing up in a big way during the pandemic. So those are some of the spotlights, right? But then you also have, businesses trying to be creative, but how do you deliver necessities to homes? The delivery industry became a big deal, and much of that is really people like you and I that look like us, right? And then you also have, the funding community, the banks, the CDFIs, and the nonprofits finding creative ways so that people can stay home and safe, right? All of those flexibilities did not happen if it weren't for that COVID pandemic forcing us as a community to come together. So that was different. But I just hope that despite the fact that COVID has declined, I just hope that those humanity and collaboration and creativity can continue, because I think it shifted the country as a nation, as well as the community that we all care about. It shifted the mindset. I just hope that we can institutionalize it moving forward, because those are some of the glimmer of lessons learned that really have, sparked some great success stories for the communities that we all care about. So,
very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Jeff, same question for you. Love to hear from you.
Well, thank you everyone for having me. It's an honor to be here. Daniel, sorry they made you work so hard with my introduction. I'm embarrassed that mine was so long. But post-COVID, just to add on what Claudette was saying, as far as the online grocery, the gig economy, like with Island Pacific, we partner with DoorDash as far as grocery delivery is concerned. But what we have noticed big impact on us post-COVID is really more on the office work, administrative, because prior to me stepping down as CEO, it was really a challenge to get people to go back to work in the office. And it comes to a point where, you know, that's just the reality of where it is. And quite frankly, I think it's both good and bad. A lot of the good things that we've experienced is that it's actually, when people say that it's decreases productivity, we did not experience that. If anything, we experienced an increase in productivity. Another thing is, I think, being able to work at home, being flexible, it actually resulted in happier staff working there. So that's what I would observe as far as post-COVID is concerned. I think that's it.
Great, thank you. Yep, give it up. So what I think I heard, and just to me it sounds like, and I just met our friend Pastor, I'm not sure if he's still in the room, but if you think about it, oftentimes we go through struggles, right? And we can look at it two ways. We can look at it as opportunities, right, and the positive that we can pull out of it, or the negatives. So it sounds like from both of them, they shared, even though COVID was a challenge, it made us better in many ways, right? Think about what it did for digital capabilities, right? It really advanced clients, consumers' willingness to do things more online because of COVID. We had to. So I think we should really apply that as we look at the market, right? As we look at our opportunities to help serve minorities, people with lower moderate income, that we should look at what good we can have out of it. At the end, if I have time, I'll give you a good story. But thank you both. We're going to pivot over to Karin. Next for you. So Karin, can you highlight an innovative program or product that your institution has introduced to support affordable housing?
Yeah, sure. So we're a small boutique organization with private capital, and so the way that we can run our housing programs is more flexible and customer-centric than a lot of the big institutions. And so what we do is we tackle affordable housing in kind of three areas. First, we, with our capital, purchase and capture what we call naturally occurring affordable housing. Most of these properties are distressed. They are often post-foreclosure homes. There was some research that was done by auction.com recently that found that even after being fully renovated, homes that were purchased on the auction.com platform are 30% lower price to the retail consumer than a standard retail home, which means that these properties, even if they were once distressed, even after they're renovated, they're still more affordable. So these are the homes we focus on, because we also operate without subsidies. I should mention that. The second thing we do is we offer a transition period for our homeowners who are near mortgage ready. We've been working with these folks for years, and near mortgage ready means you need a little bit of time. I think Marcy mentioned it in the last panel. It's not a magical silver bullet to get people who have limited financial knowledge to suddenly become perfectly fitting in the credit box. So we provide a transition period of 6 months to a couple years where we put them into a property as a rental unit through a lease, and then we offer them financial coaching to get them ready and to help them build their down payment and closing costs. And that just takes time. That's what it is. And a lot of your large financial institutions don't have that period. They just offer the mortgage, and it's like, it's a point in time, either you're ready or not, you're not. And then people fall out of the credit box, and it's all frustrating. So we have that bridge period. The last thing we do is for people who have decent income, that's verifiable, but still don't have that 580 credit score or 620 credit score, which is the floors for most financial institutions and FHA. We also extend mortgage products that are based, the underwriting, on residual income and debt to income ratio and alternative credit. So we're looking at different ways of showing that they have an ability to repay that's not just their credit score, and that allows us to more flexibly serve our clients.
Very good. Great work you're doing there. Okay, Robert, same question for you.
Sure. Well,
first of all, I'm with a nonprofit organization, so there's not an innovative product, but there was an innovative legislation that we were able to get passed last year. So let me lay the background for this. As my bio read, I have 50 years of experience in housing in one form or another. And one of the things, one of the concerns we're concerned about is not the lack of home ownership among people of color. Everybody was doing affordable housing, so when I started to get involved in Sacramento, we were talking about home ownership. And I knew it was possible because through another organization that I'm with, we built 10 townhomes in Fireball, California. Do everybody know where Fireball, California is? In Fresno County. We built these townhomes during the mortgage crisis, at the worst time. Fortunately, there was a bank, formerly BMO, Bank of the West, that gave us a construction loan. And the families who qualified for that earned 30% of AMI or less. They were the poorest of the poor. And we wanted to prove that they had the ability to own a home. So with a hefty down payment and a low price that we offered to them, they all qualified. And in the last 13 years, no one has foreclosed. In fact, one family recently sold, and they sold with a lot of equity. So with that in mind, we went to Sacramento and said, we're going to change the world. But nobody wanted to hear about home ownership. It was still about affordable housing. I understand the need. There's a huge need for that. We have a housing crisis, I get that. But we wanted to focus on home ownership. I finally had to call out the legislators when they were doing their tour around the state to see what the crisis was like. I said, you know what? I've heard you men and women talk. It's all cheap talk. You talk about equity. Black Lives Matter. Yeah, equity and everything. It's all cheap talk because when you get in there, you can't even use the word home ownership. So with that, I embarrassed them, then introduced the bill, SB 684. With the help from NDC, Jesse Miranda, Center for Hispanic Leadership, Restore LA, Ventura County CE, and a few other organizations who are here. With that, we put together a big coalition and passed that bill. The governor signed it, which enables small builders to construct townhomes at an attainable price. It's not affordable, but it's attainable. Probably between $650,000 to $750,000. A working couple can do that. Because when you take a look at who's buying homes now of our folks, they're buying homes between $350,000 to about $700,000. So I'm really proud of that bill, which takes effect on July 1st. That it's not going to solve the housing crisis, but it's going to make a dent, particularly for our folks. Now, the reason I believe in that is that California offers a lot, not enough, for affordable housing, for nonprofits to build affordable housing and all rent subsidies and all that sort of stuff. But there's 17 million Californians who get zero, and they have a big need. These are families who earn roughly $200,000 or less. Now, most people from around the state say, $200,000, that's a lot of money. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of money. It's not a lot of money in California. It's just not. So that's why we're doing that, because a big unmet need are these 17 million people who are struggling to rent and struggling to own a home. But this bill, SB 684, is going to make a difference.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Robert. Okay, this next question, let's go back to Jeff. Jeff, can you share your successes and failures of running a business?
Okay. No, there's just few success, lots of failures, but that led to success. I think one of the thing success-wise, one of the thing that I'm most proud of is when I entered into this industry, there was just one dominant Filipino supermarket chain, and day one, right when we got in, we experienced, in the supermarket industry, the barriers to entry is just so high. It's so difficult to get in, and when you get in it, and you're competing with somebody that has a supermarket chain, they're able to just drop the price at the area where we got in, because they're able to increase it in other areas where there's no Island Pacific. It was a very rough, tough year, which is why I would say, if for any business owner or any people thinking of getting into a business, you really have to be passionate about what you're doing. You need to have a meaning, you need to have a purpose in what you're doing, because if you don't, it's just so difficult that you would just give up. In my case, I was very determined. I thought that Island Pacific had a special purpose. I believe that we should not be able to gouge our community, especially when it comes to the most basic need, which is food. And that's the success I'm most proud of. As far as failure, made some really dumb mistakes, but I think the biggest one was when I decided to grow Island Pacific exponentially. There was a grocery chain that closed down by the name of Fresh and Easy, and I decided to grab as many of those as I could, thinking that it would be a cheap way for us to increase our number of stores and not have it be capital intensive. It just, we went from 12 locations to 24 locations in 24 months, and it was a disaster. We almost lost everything. We were down to just a few days before the stores were all gonna close. But again, it goes back to grit, perseverance. We decided, we hang on it, and we made a miraculous turnaround. So failure, that's one big one that could have spelled Armageddon for us, the end of Island Pacific.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to Claudette. Can you give us an example of how your efforts have reduced barriers and unlocked access to capital?
Yeah, so just a little bit about the office that I oversee. HUD is a large department. I think a lot of people think of HUD as, for mortgages, for Section 8 vouchers, but there's a big mission in HUD too for everything else. From we manage homeless assistance programs, like emergency shelter grant programs, and also from that to affordable housing. Making sure that down payment and closing costs are affordable, for example, for low income to moderate income, communities and families, all the way to the broader community development needs, because you can't just finance housing. You want to make sure that the citizens and the families and the children can live in a community that they can feel like they have pride in it, right? There's good quality of life, there's opportunities for them to access quality jobs. And so for the community development side of our mission and function, we finance things like small businesses, which would include technical assistance. I know there was a lot of talk about financial literacy, so those are some of the things that we do, all the way to financing infrastructure, making sure low-income communities have access to clean drinking water, for example. You can't attract housing investors if your water sucks, right? So, and then all the way to also enabling communities to, be able to get, bounce back after a disaster. Lahaina. We were there to make sure that, after the wildfires, we were always in California because of the wildfires too. But after a disaster, sometimes you want to make sure that for unmet needs that FEMA cannot do, HUD is also a partner in making sure that folks who have lost their homes after a disaster, that they have an ability to get back on their own feet. So just a little bit of a background regarding what we do. To your question, for businesses, for communities altogether, some of the best projects that I've seen in California and across the country are the ones where there's synergistic, mission for housing, where you have an affordable unit that increases affordable housing supply for that community, and there's like wraparound services very close to it, either on site or around it. Supportive services such as making sure that the veteran has access to the VA and the hospital, right? Or a single mom has access to affordable childcare center or Head Start near that affordable housing. Or like the one in Little Tokyo that I saw a couple of days ago, you have an affordable housing unit, but then it's also pretty close to the commercial and retail. And that commercial and retail is essentially enabling that housing unit to be like a workforce housing, so you can walk to your job. But also within that project, there's also culturally appropriate museum for the folks who, to commemorate the Japanese situation back in the day. So those are some of the big projects that I've seen where you have affordable housing as a need, but communities have decided, you know what, it's not enough. We have to make sure that the quality of life and opportunities are available for the tenants or the owners of those property. Those are some of the big ones that I've seen that I think California is trying to do, including converting hotels or public facilities just to creatively increase affordable housing. It's not just a California thing anymore. It used to be like a coastline issue. Affordable housing used to be like a coastline problem. It's happening everywhere, even in the Midwest and in the South. I just came from Arizona, rural Arizona. They're also struggling, especially for not only like increasing the housing stock, but it's making sure that you have affordable, and it's not just like brick and mortar building, but all options are out there: manufactured housing, conversion and things of that nature. But I feel like the community is thinking more creatively this time by making sure that the businesses are there for jobs, because you can't just like build a house, get a tenant, but you want to make sure that they can also afford it. So you got to bring in economic development as part of that process. So hopefully that
Great.
answers.
That was great. Thank you. Yes, give it up. Okay, we're going to come back over to Robert and Karin. So we'll go to Robert first. Are there any specific partnerships your institution engages to address the need for affordable housing and contribute to community development?
Well, here again, in attacking the housing crisis, and it's a real crisis, we've had to engage, we've had to build this coalition to take on some regulations that really increase the cost of housing. I'm just going to talk about one regulation that most people don't even know about, and we haven't felt the real pain yet. There's a regulation called vehicle miles traveled. Has anybody heard about that? Vehicle miles traveled? I'm not surprised. But it's a tax on new housing. But the legislators don't call it a tax because they have to vote on it. You could go to your legislator and say, you voted for that. No, I didn't. So they call it a fee. It's a vehicle miles travel fee. And basically, it's to discourage development in the suburbs. So if you can't afford to live here in Los Angeles, people think, well, let's move to San Bernardino. Let's move to Riverside. Well, that was a good idea until a lot of people started going there. And then they enacted this fee, vehicle miles traveled. So to give you an idea of the way it works is that a developer goes out and is going to build 2,000 homes, 1,000 homes, or whatever. But let's say the developer is thinking, okay, I'm going to sell these homes for $800,000. And for people here in LA, say that's a bargain. We'll have a place to barbecue. Kids can run around and all that stuff. But with this fee, they've just added another 800,000 to it. So now that house is 1.6 million. There's a development in San Diego where that fee is 1.2 million. And then, by the way, you have to buy the house. It's kind of like, the big joke with Tesla. You can buy Tesla, batteries not included. Yeah. No battery, you're not going to drive. The whole point is that, can you imagine trying to get away from San Diego to move out in the suburb, and now you're having to pay $3 million? It's crazy. But we have to work with coalitions in that way.
Thank you. Karin, how about for you?
Yeah, thanks. I think for the type of work we do, first of all, I'll say that partnerships and working with stakeholders and members of the community is a really big part of what we do. And so, I'm not going to bore all of you with all of our partnerships, but I think the two types of partnerships that are really critical to this type of work is first on the capital side. I mentioned previously, in the past, we've had a little bit more flexibility with the products we can offer because we have more flexible capital. And previously, it's been in the private sector, which has some advantages, but also some disadvantages. But having capital partners that are flexible and mission aligned are really, really important, because we're trying to create a business model that is sustainable and that can expand really across the nation. But we need capital to buy the homes and to extend the mortgages. And so finding the right fit, whether it's public or impact first or private capital, has been a really critical part of what we're doing, finding a match for that. And then the other partnerships that have been really important for us are on the opposite side, with the groups that work day to day with the communities. So we have a lot of partnerships with nonprofits, community-based organizations, credit counselors, and other groups that really understand the people we work with and work with them every day.
Can I
Yes,
just
absolutely.
make a comment here? I know we talk a lot about financial literacy at the individual level. Heck, I went to college, didn't know I was, like burying myself on student loans. Next thing you know, I couldn't afford it, after college. And so that's cool at the consumer or individual level. Where I'm also seeing some challenges is for the startup businesses, the ones who want to do nonprofit, right? There is a lack of creative financing training. You don't learn those things in college. You just don't. But how do you capital stack, federal assistance, state and local city, revenue, working with banks, and how do you, layer those additional financial resources to put to bear the outcome that you're trying to achieve for the community? So I just want to highlight that in terms of partnership, because California is lucky because California as a state, they have you. But when you think about the Alabama and the Mississippi, where's Pastor Andre here? But when you're thinking about, the Texas of the world, the Colonias, the Delta, the Appalachia, the tribal reservations, they don't have community organizers like you guys. They don't know where to start. And what I'm realizing across the country is sometimes the barrier is not the money, it's to how to navigate the money. And so I just wanted to highlight that. Maybe I'm stating the obvious, but I just wanted to highlight that as another layer of financial challenges. Sometimes you have the financial literacy at the family, consumer level, but then at the organizational level for partners like you guys, because we can't do our work together as a country without the support of the community and the nonprofits and the businesses. But I think some of the challenges there is around creative financing.
Great, thank you. Let's give it up. So I think Claudette was reading my mind, because that was going to be kind of my next question. So we're going to go to Jeff with it, and Claudette, if you have more to add. But that was going to be my next question. So Jeff, we'll start with you. What's your best advice for communities or future business owners who don't know where to start?
I guess for business owners, I would say that something that's overlooked, some people would say it's corny, but a business plan. And important component of the business plan, a lot would focus on projected financial statements, but I think the most important part of the business plan is the values, the vision, the missions, the goals, the objectives. Those are the sections I think that's often overlooked, but is very, very important. For me, some of the most difficult decisions that I have made, anytime I refer to Island Pacific's value statement, it's usually the right decision. And every time I violate Island Pacific's value statement, it always ends up being a big mistake. So I would really advise anyone that would start a business is to not overlook the importance of crafting a business plan. It's not gonna work according to plan. It seldom does, but at least you would know if you're going the wrong direction, because then you have something to refer to. So that's my humble advice.
But I know you kind of started to answer that question already, so I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I have another question for you as well. But if you want to give that answer,
No, go for it.
okay, okay. So, how is the federal government ensuring that there's skin in the game for every partner, locally, regionally, as well as nationally?
So skin in the game is very important. There was a time when the bankers, and I know, no offense to the bankers here, I'm generalizing, they create a safe space for me. But there was a time when the bankers felt like they were in competition with the government. You know, because we also offer direct loans. We also create revolving loan funds. And in many cases, we also work with the banks to guarantee the risk, right? But it depends on who you're talking to. Sometimes the banks can perceive that as the government creating competition against the banking industry. In this administration, they're very intentional in making sure that we're inclusive in the way we think about housing and community development. And that takes intentionality in being okay with bringing not only the partners you're comfortable with, but also partners that you are not comfortable with. Because the challenges are so big, and it's going to require a whole village, a whole community to put to bear all the solutions at the table to be able to address challenges like homelessness and affordable housing, right? The government, you know, we were talking about it during lunchtime, Community Development Block Grant, CDBG. That is a popular grant program for cities, counties, and the state across the nation. It's heavily leveraged for things like homelessness and affordable housing projects, including infrastructure. But it's like we have a large bread and you're trying to spread a small peanut butter just to try to get as many grant funding that you can get, especially when you're dealing with low-income families and communities, right? So for me, in terms of, you know, reducing barriers and advancing equity across the country, this administration has really been intentional in being inclusive with its partnership. Starting with looking internally in the federal agencies, making sure that there's good representation of the people we have to serve. Representation matters. You know, because, you know, if you don't have lived experience and challenges in the Delta region, if you don't have lived experience on what it's like to be in a tribal reservation, you know, those are some of the lived experiences that make policy design and program delivery more inclusive. So that's one. The other piece is there's been a very intentional focus on technical assistance. So why would I want to give you a loan when you don't have the readiness for a loan? You'll just make my program delinquent, right? And then, you know, somebody made a comment, I think it was the previous panel, why is poverty so expensive? I think part of this is if we do then the goal here is ultimately to graduate them out of poverty. And then if a loan is involved, you also mitigate the delinquency risk and all the other risks that sometimes banks would look at, right? And so in this administration, you know, there's no, if I've gone to a community where they don't trust HUD, and so instead we would work with a TA provider who's trusted better by that community. So that's one example on how we're building trust with the community, we're removing barriers through policy design, making sure there's inclusive voices in the way we think about it, and then ultimately increase investments in those communities that need the money the most. I'm here traveling in California because part of that is working with our grantees, because obligating the grant does not get us anywhere. Obligation does not mean it's reaching a single mom in South LA, have affordable housing. The grant has to move and be expended. And so that's part of what I'm trying to do, and all the other leaders, and at least for HUD, I can speak for HUD, we're trying to make sure it's not just obligating the grant money that's given to us by Congress, but also making sure that our grantees are spending the money, because if they're spending, that means they're implementing the projects where help is needed the most. So those are some of the tricks that we're doing to really reduce the barriers and making sure we're advancing equity across the country.
Great. Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Earlier, when on the question was why is poverty so expensive? It's because there are people who are making billions of dollars off of poor people, billions of dollars, and we don't think about that. There's a lot of companies, payday loan companies and others. So that's why in our organization we really want to eliminate poverty, because it's killing us. And I just want to make that point.
I appreciate that. That's great. I really love Claudia, what you were saying, because take a look around the room, right? We have standing room only. People are standing in the back on a Friday afternoon. And I love what Claudia had to say is that we have to look at this as we're not in competition with each other, right? If we all work together, think about how much we could get accomplished. And I think one big thing, I have a lot of sayings with my group of, can you imagine how much we could accomplish if no one really cared who got the credit, right? I think a lot of us, oftentimes in the business world, to your point, I think banks thought we were fighting against the government. I think if we work together, we can get so much more accomplished if we're just trying to focus on us, right? And I love also what Jeff had to say, because his mission was, let me make sure the basic need of food is affordable. And by default, if he focuses on that, look at how success can come, right? And I think that's the key for us, is that let's look at how we can impact our communities. And by default, will be success. I think success and money, that'll all come, right? When we do the right thing and we're focused the right way. So very, very good. Thank you for that. Are we still good on time, everybody? We have some more, because I know we want to go. Okay, let's do this. I'd like to actually take questions for the panel from the group. So raise your hand. We'll have a mic runner come, and we'll be able to get the question. I think I see a hand up here. Pastor Jack. I'm going to give you the mic.
Thank you, panel. I have a question for Jeff, real quick, and for Karen. Karen, what do you need to be more successful in what you're doing? And Jeff, can grit be taught?
Great question.
Right, Karen.
Karen first.
Yeah, for this business model to be more successful. Okay, so I think there's a couple of barriers that are preventing investment in homeownership at the macro level, and to combat some of these barriers, I think as a group we need to kind of be aware of what they are and then work a little bit against them. So one thing is that it's very easy to invest in affordable housing multifamily buildings that do Section 8. Has anybody in the audience heard of low-income housing tax credits, LIHTC, or new markets tax credits? These are big government programs that allow large investors to invest in affordable housing apartment complexes and kind of safely do it and return and get some kind of safe return on their capital. So it's very appealing and easy, and also they're big investments. That's $25 million investment. So it's very easy to just check the box. I did something nice for the community and I'm done. However, this doesn't move the needle at all with homeownership. Why? Because A, these are rental units. Again, as we've said, affordable housing is a crisis all over. So I'm not not saying anything negative about Section 8 or rental assistance. It's just that doesn't move the needle for home ownership at all. And also, these buildings are large buildings. They are not single-family residential homes. And so as a group, in order to tackle the affordable housing crisis, we can't just check the box and not really think about it. We have to move our energy in a direction that might not even be the easiest thing to do. But we have to be aware of what the issue is and work together to kind of creatively come up with innovative solutions that are tackling the problem at its core. That's what I'd say.
Very good. Jeff.
Could grit be taught? I would say absolutely. And how? I would say allow your kids to fail. When they fall, encourage them to get back up. Because a very important ingredient for grit is perseverance. And no matter how many times they fall, always assure them that get back up and try again. And this will allow you to, slowly but surely build perseverance, which would lead to grit. Hope that's okay, Pastor Jack.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent. Okay.
I have a quick question for Robert. You said you built housing in, I think, 10 units in California. What program you used to afford those housing with less prices than the market? Mike.
So the law's going to allow building for that, but you could apply some down payment assistance to it. But the beauty about that is that the main issue in terms of who's going to buy is you have to be income eligible, because right now there are a lot of individuals who have the money, but the price is just too high. It's just sky high. So it's really meant to just more of a private sector solution to affordable or attainable housing. That's what the program is.
Okay, our next. Thank you, Ade with City National Bank. Question, Karen, to you. You talked about low-income housing tax credit. In other parts of the U.S., I think we've seen low-income housing tax credit being used for building single-family homes. And the program is you rent it to own it. So a lot of people who are using these houses are renting it so they can become homeowners in 10 years, 12 years, 13 years, most probably 15 years once the tax credit year lapse, right? So I haven't seen that in California, or the only place I've seen it is in Michigan. So what can we do to bring it here in California? This is just something to think about.
Great. Wow, thank you so much for that comment. I actually haven't heard of that yet, so it's really wonderful to hear that there's some evolution with the LIHTC program. I think that's really important, and I think the more that it is looked at and talked about and piloted, the more it will become well known and perhaps rolled out in a place like California where it's really, really important. Of course, I don't need to probably tell all of you these statistics, but it's really scary when you hear the average home in California is like $800,000 and the average family makes $85,000. So how are they going to buy something 10 times more than what they make? And so programs like that are a stepping stone, and I think it's really good that there's some movement toward that.
Very good. All right. So this is going to end our session. I really wanted us just to give a quick round of applause for all of our panelists. Give it up for them. So I know there's more questions. We'll still be around after it for the rest of the event, so you're more than welcome to come up to us. But I wanted to make sure we handed it back over to Faith. And once again, let's give one more round to Faith and NDC. What a great event.
Thank you so much. Did you guys learn a lot? Good. I still have one question though. This is really more for the policy. We know that housing crisis is here, and no matter what we do, it's not fixing it, right? What kind of legislation right now that each of us here can truly support where we can move that needle? What would that be? That will help the African American. They say about Black Lives Matter, the Southeast Asian, the Latino, the first-time home buyer. What would be the legislation that each of us can sign?
Well, there's not proposed legislation at this point, but I suspect it's going to require a citizen initiation to dramatically amend CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, which alone is the biggest problem in terms of housing production. It just adds tremendously to the cost of housing. So, but
So
I
those
don't.
are the environmentalists that's protecting
Yes,
the birds rather than us.
that's right, exactly. But it goes beyond that. The abuse is, protecting the birds and the environment is great, but they don't. But they file a CEQA lawsuit that has nothing to do with the environment. It's just a legal tactic, and the legislature will not touch that ever. They just are not brave enough to do that. So it's going to require a citizens-initiated ballot proposition for us to vote to amend CEQA.
Thank you, Robert. National Diversity Coalition is truly about moving the needle. I mean, this is about that we go in front of Sacramento, in front of Washington, D.C., in front of all our legislators to vote for something that matters to us. For example, there's a program called FIFT, and Karen is working on that. This is a $500 million grant that can go to 10 nonprofits, right? But because we're $80 billion in deficit, that lowered that now to $267 billion. And before you know it, we don't know what Governor Newsom will do. It's probably going to be $67 billion or nothing. But this is where we cannot just sit down. We cannot just allow people to move for us, our legislators to move for us, the banks to help us, give us the loans. It's really up to us to tell the legislator, to tell your Congress people, and like vote for something like this. Like if there's a deficit, but do not take the money away to help home ownership. It is also our responsibility. Don't blame everybody, okay? We all have responsibility. And whatever you learn from today, and even on the small business, don't start a business just because you want to start a business. I mean, I know Jeff, and it's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but he's still standing. So it's not that easy. Get some mentors, get some anchor. You know how banks are so important? Look at that, $30 million got stolen in Silmar, right? Because they put it in a vault and somebody stole it. So believe in banking. So Marcy, you have to tell your people, there's a lot of banking institutions here. Deposit your money in the bank. So it's $30 million at the vault. And just is like you, right? Pastor Jack always says they don't believe on ATM. They believe on BTM, between the mattress. Wrong. Don't follow Pastor Jack. Don't follow Pastor Jack. So, but thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. Love it. So there's snacks here, and the next workshop is going to be the best. I'm facilitating it. But I'm going to give a lot of freebies. Where the people have questions, we're going to give away some stuff. So 10-minute break and then come back, okay? Thank you. Where? What? Oh,
Are we good? 1, 2, 3. All right, everybody. We're about ready to get started with the next session. If everybody could please start to take your seats. Find a nice comfy chair. Love the networking, but that's not until after these two sessions. So, very good. The panel is starting to sit down. And they're hoping to speak to a quiet room. Okay. Once again, if everybody could please start to take their seats. We are going to start the next panel as close to on time as possible. We are trying to avoid being on Filipino time to the extent that we can.
Did you say Filipino time?
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, take your seats. Thank you. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Hello.
That's me.
Fly me
Oh
to
yeah.
the moon.
Oh, you want me to rap? I might. I can rasta. Yeah. All right.
Yes. Testing.
Yeah, one more time. If everybody could please take their seats, we are going to start the next panel. Go ahead and close the door.
You're welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Adil. Shut the door. Thanks, man.
You can reach me by I think it's working.
Okay. Audio's good.
Oh, they're filming.
Okay. People are sitting down. Door is closed.
God, I love it when a plan comes together.
All right. All right. So the next session is going to be on supplier diversity. And, just so you know, to encourage asking questions, we have gotten a bunch of swag. So anybody asks a question will get something. From a previous session, doesn't count. This is all, you got to come up with a new question. I'm really, really sorry. Okay? No, not yet. I'll let you know when we start. Okay. Oh my God, this is a happy crowd. Okay, wonderful. All right, so the warm-up is done. Okay? And so ask questions early because the swag gets worse later on because I only got so much stuff. All right? Okay, very good. And with that, here we go. Over to Faith, and what a sharp-looking panel.
okay. Everybody that's standing up, can you please sit down? And Dennis, people that are outside, tell them to come in. This is the most important panel. Okay. All right. Wow, how are you guys doing so far? Okay. This panel is dear to my heart. It's supplier diversity. It's how to do business with corporate America. What are the struggles? How can you do business with them? And why should you do business with them? I've been doing supplier diversity since 2002. We help supplier diversity of big banks, from Bank of America to Wells Fargo. And sadly, I'm not that successful yet. And I'm really hoping before I retire, which is hopefully 5 years from now, I can get some of the people that are sitting here to get big contracts. They've done a lot of progress, especially the utility companies. Others have not. Today we're going to learn, is it their fault? Is it our fault? And how do we navigate that? So good. People coming in, come on in, come on in. So this is going to be a discussion. I'm not even really going to speak so much because I'm going to let this beautiful, smart, experienced panelists to talk to you. We have from Community West Bank, whoever will ask a good question and that they can answer. We'll have this pad and we'll have also a nice pen. So, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves and tell them about who they are. Probably not really who they are because I don't think you really care who they are. You care about, can I do business with them, right? What can I learn from them? So they're going to say briefly about them. And actually, I got that from Vaughn. So let me start with Victor Pagkroha. I got the name, Pagkroha. He's from Nigeria, so it's so hard to pronounce sometimes the last name, just like my Faith Bautista Tamashiro. So Victor, they just merged Community West Bank, just merged with Central Valley Community Bank. So I'm gonna pass it on, and then my first question to you guys is, what is supplier diversity? What is your role? How can you navigate the nuances and the small businesses to do business with you? So I'm just gonna listen and I'm gonna let you guys talk. Go ahead.
So, hello everyone. My name is Hope Bertner. I am the supplier programs manager at Cox Communications, and I've been in my role now for 4 years. And that's a really big question. To me, I mean, when you think about supplier diversity, it really is seen as from a corporation standpoint, a business practice to get diverse suppliers plugged into the supply chain. So, but for me, it's really about creating space for diverse owned businesses, creating relationships, making sure that they have a seat at the table, start to have the conversations of why and how we can grow business, and also how do we get you in front of the stakeholders and the people that make the decisions. So as I've taken this role on, what I've really started to see is that people are willing to have those conversations, right? So the thing that I've come in contact with is really changing mindset in procurement of the buyers, of the leadership, but that also entails the suppliers really being dedicated into creating those relationships with supplier diversity professionals. I always say, I don't procure, I don't know everything that Cox Enterprises. That's another thing, kind of do your research on the company. Cox has a lot of businesses, so it's not just Cox Communications. They have Cox Automotive, and they also have the enterprise company as well that's growing and expanding. But from that space, do your homework, make sure you come prepared, and start to grow with your supplier diversity professional. I don't know everything, but what I do every day is advocate for you, and I can't advocate if I don't know what you do and how you do it and how eager you are to do it for Cox or any company like that. So that's kind of a brief opening of what I do every day. So I advocate every day. Vaughn?
Well, after that, I don't know what else to say. I'm Vaughn Williams III with SoCal Gas Supplier Diversity. I've been in this role legitimately 10 years, but I've been doing it with the company for the past 15. And in this role, it's had several facets of realization, I will say. The first realization was that not all suppliers even understood what supplier diversity was. They didn't understand certifications, they didn't understand preparation, and they didn't understand the need to sell themselves in spite of their diverse status. So once I came to that realization, I was all in, because it meant that I could do just what I was trained to do, which was to educate, empower, develop, and cultivate. Educate suppliers on how to ingratiate themselves into the supplier diversity ecosystem. Develop them in such a way that they grow from a small supplier to a mid-supplier, so scaling them. And then cultivating their thought process in such a way that they understood that you can't go anywhere depending on someone else to get you there. You have to do it for yourself. In my role in supplier diversity, I'm an advocate for change, but I'm also, excuse my language, but I'm the hellraiser. I'm that individual that does not understand the word no. But what I do understand is the word will consider, or here's an opportunity, who do you have? I do understand, let's look at this from a different perspective and see how we can incorporate diverse suppliers into the process. I also understand, let's create a program specifically for diverse suppliers. I understand, let's create a unique scope to pilot diverse suppliers to get them ready for the major leagues. Those are the things that I understand in my role. So over the years, we've created several programs that do just that and get suppliers ready. We have a SCORE program, which is the Smaller Contractor Realization Efforts. We also have technical assistance and boot camps, which equip you and get you ready to run the race, is what I say. There's an old saying that my grandmother used to tell me, you can't run if you have nowhere to go. If you have no direction and no aim, you just stand still. But a person that stands still dies quickly. So it's imperative that you as suppliers, when you're trying to understand the supplier diversity ecosystem, you first understand who you are, where you're trying to go, and what's your end game. Because once you understand your end game, it matters not if you're a diverse supplier or a regular supplier, because at the end of the day, it's based on your skills, your qualifications, your expertise, and what you bring to the table. When trying to do business with a utility, I encourage you to do a couple of things. Look at our annual report and understand what it is that we're really doing. If you know without a shadow of a doubt that the services that you provide bring no value to not just the utility, but any of the companies that are represented, you can do a couple of things. You can look at your offerings and shift them to what is being requested, or you can look at other companies as an alternative. But I venture to say most of you have the ability to pivot, because all of the things that you're offering are things that someone in this world needs. And so you take a look at it, you analyze the scenario, you analyze the needs of the corporations that you're scouting, and then you develop an action plan that will get you to where you need to be. And you can do that by yourself, or you can partner with a supplier diversity rep like me who can give you the principles necessary to get you to the next level. So that's what I do, and that's what supplier diversity is in a nutshell.
Well, to add on to my colleagues here, first, I'm honored to be here. Thank you, NDC, for having me here. I want to tell you a little bit about, I'm with City of Hope, tell you a little bit about City of Hope for those who don't know. I've been with them for 3 years now. I am the Supplier Diversity Manager. And City of Hope, our mission is to make hope a reality. We cure for cancer, we research for cancer and diabetes and find cures. And at the heart of everything that we do is compassion and care. And that pretty much goes along all the way through everything that we do, including in the business world as well. So my role is to be, first and foremost, really your resource, your advocate into the City of Hope entities. And we have locations in Los Angeles, Orange County, Phoenix, Atlanta, and Chicago. And my role, as I see it also, is to be your voice, your advocate, to help you navigate through our organization, to help your business be introduced, to help your business get acknowledgement, and to help you navigate through any bidding process, any contracting process, and really just introduce you to stakeholders. Where I sit in the procurement organization, and what that means is I work with the sourcing managers, with the procurement, the buyers, but also I have relationships with all the stakeholders that are throughout all of City of Hope. And so between these two stakeholders, really you have a lot of decisions that are being made. Some primarily being influenced by the end user, let's say the marketing department or the HR or the finance or whatever it may be. So my role is to develop those relationships and try to get you in front of those folks, as well, of course, working very much in tangent with the sourcing and contracting to make sure that, you know, we are including diverse suppliers in all the opportunities that we have. And I'm glad to be here, and there's a wealth of information I think between all of us to be able to share. But I will hand it over to my colleague at the end there.
Before I call Victor, guys, this is City of Hope, and by the way, she's located in San Diego. Southern SoCal Gas, Vaughn Williams, Hope Burnett of Cox Communication. These three people actually were supposed to go somewhere else, but they chose to be here at NDC. These are the three big things. These three individuals, these are your bridge. So get to know them. I mean, Vaughn is giving us a homework to read their annual report, but that is really true. Because you cannot just do business with them just because you met them today. You get frustrated. You really have to really get to know them. What are they doing? Build relationship with them. So supplier diversity is doing business with them. But if you have no capital, you cannot do business with them. So Victor, can you tell us what Community West Bank is doing? And you probably have not heard of Community West Bank or Central Valley Community Bank. Central Valley Community Bank just purchased Community West Bank, and they're keeping the name Community West Bank, and he's in out of Oxnard. So if you can talk about if they do business with them, what can you do?
Thank you so much. Just let's be politically correct. It was a merger. So it's a merger of equal. Thank you guys for having me here today. As she said, my name is Victor Fakroha. And the reason I'm here is basically kind of helping you guys before you get here and after, right? So you guys want to be suppliers and you want to be able to execute what you've been given. So in my role as a banker, I can't tell you so many times where clients have walked into my office and they're so excited now, and that hard work you guys put putting together, through Vaughn and all that, and getting your contract, and now you have $1 million contract overnight, but you cannot execute. So one of the things I want to help today, possibly, is to help you to start thinking. First of all, as he said, what kind of supplier are you going to be? What levels of capital do you want to manage? Because you cannot just go and bid for everything, right? And then you have to start somewhere. And the only way you can do that most of the time is by partnering with a bank. And I'm going to take a step back really quickly. The biggest thing we see today with small businesses is everybody's thinking about, hey, I need a CPA, or if you're not at that level, you have someone that prepares your taxes, right? You have a little bit of a legal assistant that helps you write your LLC or whatever you form. Nobody ever thinks of having a banker. There's a huge difference between a bank and a banker. You have to understand that. So those are the steps that you want to think about. That who is my banker? A banker is exactly like your CPA or your consultant in the office or your lawyer. So you have to consult with them before you move forward. What do I need to do? What are the steps I need to take? Because guess what? If you come to me before you go to them, I could tell you not ready, believe it or not. Or I could say, wow, this is what we can do to get you there. So when you show up, you impress them. Because there are things you have to show that you're ready. Because the last thing they want to do is to give you a contract and you're not able to execute. And then sometimes I've seen people turn around and try to sell the contract, try to give it to somebody else. It doesn't work that way most of the time, because they chose you because they trusted you to be able to deliver. So like she said, one of the things, I've gone to a lot of panel, and when I sit over there, I hate people talking at me, right? So we wanted to be a little bit interactive. I was just giving you kind of like a global idea of what I want to discuss. Or when you walk out of here, I want to make sure everybody learns something or have an homework of what they're going to do when they leave here. So as we go along, we want those questions to come in, and you could talk about your personal experiences of what you've experienced, and I will do my best to help you guys along. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So one question before I pass it on to you. So he said that you need to build a relationship with a banker. So I'm a business owner. I want to sell medical products. Tell me the process.
Well, Cox, I would say no, thank you. But I don't know. They're growing in the medical space, so that may be in the future. But for me, if I encounter a supplier and they're coming either to a conference like this or a networking, the first thing that I would say is, and I know that this is going to be hard to hear, but register in the portal. I use the portal as my organizational tool. It helps me understand what you can do, your certifications. It also helps me set up meetings. We'll have that introduction call, and I need to know what you do. Once I know what you do, then that's my job next, is to pass that information on, have the conversation with the sourcing folks. This might be something that a sourcing person can actually make a decision on. It might be a situation where it's the stakeholder that makes that decision. But I need to understand where you are and in that process, how much you can supply and all the capabilities. I set that meeting up next with the sourcing person, and you have that conversation with the subject matter expert. I'm in there, I'm supporting you, we're having the conversation of questions and what's next, but the decision is then up to them, and it's up to you to be prepared for that next conversation. So if anybody comes with items that I know that Cox has a need for, that's kind of my process, is to really start having and building that relationship and creating an action plan. If you ever connect with me, the first thing I like to use my calls for is action plan. I'm glad that you have your capabilities, and I'm glad that we're able to talk about things, but let's talk about the next 3 months. How are we gonna get you connected? If you don't hear from me, what's your next steps? Are you going to let the conversation die, the emails die? Are you going to not reach out to me? Let's put something on the calendar. I'm very much for that, because at the end of the day, you can't walk into the door and think you're going to get business as soon as you have a conversation with a supplier diversity professional. Remember, we're your advocates. We're not the decision makers, but we actually can influence a decision maker if you're ready to get on that journey with me. That's kind of how I think about it, and that's kind of how I challenge all of my suppliers. To your point earlier around being prepared, having a banker, I set in on something the other day, and a supplier that does EV, because with Cox Automotive, we have the Manheim locations, one of the largest auction houses in the United States, and he got the contract to do EV charging station. And he also does the other solar paneling. And one of the questions I said, he was like, well, I got to be in every meeting. I got to be in I got to look at all of the paperwork. I said, but at some point, this is going to go past you being able to look at everything. How are you preparing for the next level when they open up all of the Manheim auction locations to you? And his first answer was, here is my team, my banker, my consultants, my this and that. And I said, that's amazing, because I'm expecting you to be ready to hit the road. These organizations are large organizations that need you to be able to supply. If it's medical supplies, it's not going to be 150 pieces. So, being able to commit to this, and also being able to be open to doing tier 2 and having that conversation immediately. We should not be bringing the tier 2 conversation to you. You should be bringing the tier 2 conversation to us, because that's just a huge opportunity that we don't see enough suppliers want or know or understand. If you don't know what tier 2 is, it is kind of working as a subcontractor or the second tier to a prime supplier, or the supplier that's doing majority of the work. So, but to me, that's how I like to run it. And I know that's not what people want to hear. They want to hear immediate business. But when you come this route, remember, there are 1 million people cold calling. I think we forget that. The sourcing folks forward me emails all the time of suppliers cold calling, and you actually get to talk to folks and have that first conversation. So whether it's medical supplies or any supplies, I think starting that intro call, looking up if they have somewhere for you to register to get that email address, and then registering, getting that introduction call. I will say, I don't know if all companies do that, but I know Our SVP of supply chain has committed Cox to meet with every supplier that reaches out, and it actually happens. I am tired because my team, we have a team of 3, but we do actually meet with every supplier that reaches out to us. So look up those type of policies, and yeah, I think that's it.
Her name is Hope, so there's hope.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Faith.
Can I just add to that? Just want to add to that also. I think the majority of us, I think I can safely say, we do not publish our bidding, our RFPs, as some of the government agencies do. So you do need to introduce yourself or get to know or reach out to supplier diversity professionals. We're all listed on our internet sites, so you can easily find us, even if it's a general email box. But just keep in mind that that relationship begins with getting to know someone or making that introduction, because with us, you will not find that opportunity publicly published. So it's by invitation, and it's by us knowing who you are, you've proven your capabilities, or you've introduced yourself, and then we are able to reach you as you are able to reach us as well.
Ditto to that. And I'll also say, when you approach a supplier diversity or procurement person, or anyone for that matter, if you have a product or service, you don't approach them and say, hey, how can I sell this to you? You approach them in such a way, hi, my name is, and I work, or I'm the CEO or operator of XYZ company. We've been in business for this amount of years, and we offer a broad perspective or a broad spectrum of supplies that we feel that may benefit your organization. Our products are U.S. manufactured, or if not overseas manufactured, and they are grade X, Y, and Z. We did some research on your company, and we see that you are currently using a similar product in your facilities unit. Would you mind entertaining a conversation with me and my team regarding the product that we have, as we feel that it reduces pollution, it creates sustainability, and it offers cost effectiveness? Our product was designed in whatever plant you want to say, and you want to make sure that you speak on those things that matter to the company that you're trying to sell to. For a utility company, it's sustainability, it's efficiency, and its effectiveness. For a Cox, it might be the same. And for a City of Hope, it may be something to the effect of, it's a product that will offer long-term benefits to the patient that you're serving. But you want to make sure that it's centered around. I always tell people, cold calling is good, but understanding of who you're talking to is better, because you have a better chance of gaining their attention. I get calls from suppliers all the time, and the worst thing that they can say to me is, how can I get a contract? I'm very sarcastic, I will admit. I say, I don't know. How can you? Tell me. Because that's not proper protocol or etiquette. It's more important to talk about who you are and what you offer, and then begin to talk about the next steps. And in those next steps, you're cultivating that relationship that everyone's speaking of. I will tell you, most procurement opportunities are relationship-based before they're even qualification-based. People don't even want to talk to you if they don't trust you, if they don't like you, or if you just come off the wrong way. I've seen suppliers lose million-dollar deals just based on the fact that they did not come off the right way. And I'm not speaking in analogies either. I'm telling you what I've witnessed. Within SoCal Gas, there was a supplier who probably was qualified and probably had the capabilities to go far. He was late. He had no capability statement. He couldn't prove his financials. And when he came to the meeting, you know what he said? He goes, so when can we sign? And we're all looking as if we're in the twilight zone, because we're like, we don't know you. We don't know what you're really capable of, and no one can vouch for you. You got here based on research. We found you in a portal, which we rarely do. But because we found you in a portal, that means you have the certifications that are necessary. Let's take it a step further. Do you have the financial bandwidth? Let's talk business. Sometimes suppliers just aren't ready. They think, oh, I got a business license, and I have a website, or I'm a part of someone else's website, and I have a place that I store my products. Let's do it. But then when you dig deeper, Their business address is their home address. Their email address is a google.com or Gmail. And when you ask them where their products are, oh, you tell me what you need and I can get it. It doesn't fly that way. You have to make a concerted effort to convince the buyer that you have what they need. You have to make it seem as though it's ready. We have the warehouse, we have the capability, we have the capacity, and we have the financial agility. But those things come with some back office stuff that a lot of suppliers have not done. You'd be amazed at the number of suppliers that don't even have a bank account. They're doing everything from their personal checking. And I'm here to tell you, if that's a part of your schematic, it's bad news. You're doomed to fail. You have to really be structured to do business, not just with a utility, with anybody. Because when you go out there and you try to present yourself, you need to be fully scalable. Most businesses fail because they don't have the back office training. They don't have the perspective and the wherewithal to understand that it takes more than just saying, I'm going to do business today. Or, this is a good product, I'm going to sell it. I serve notice that same product that you're selling is sitting in someone else's warehouse, and it's sitting in someone else's warehouse, and it just has a different brand on it. So you really have to stand out, and you really have to make sure that you bring a uniqueness to the table that affords you the opportunity to convince the person on the other side of that table that you are more than capable of providing what that business needs at that moment in time. You can't do that, go back to the drawing board, because I hate to see businesses disappointed. There's nothing sadder than to see a business leave out the door hopeless. But that doesn't have to be. If you prepare yourself in advance, you're good. I'm going to go biblical on you for a minute, because the Bible says, study to show thyself approved, a workman that needed not be ashamed, rightly dividing. If you study to show yourself approved, when you get in front of someone, they'll know that you're ready, because it will speak for itself. Take note of that and prepare yourself to do business the right way. Don't rely on your certification, don't rely on your ethnicity, and please certainly don't rely on the fact that someone told you that there was a conference happening, because that won't get you far.
Boy, tough love. Amen. You know, Juan, thank you for coming here. I told you, we need you here more. So, but no, he's really correct. I want to introduce Pramod Konju, because he's one of the panelists here and a small business. And Pramod, can you please come here, and then can you tell is it hard to do business with corporate America, and how did you make it? By the way, this is an AI guy.
Thank you, Faith. No, I'm real. Well, first of all, I think you have an amazing panel here. I worked with Juan and Flora for many, many years at ABAOC, the Asian Business in Orange County. And in terms of doing business with corporations, I think Juan gave you some really good tips. You need to be prepared. You need to invest in your training, in your resources. And end of the day, what you're getting through Supplier Diversity Program is really a foot in the door, right? But you still need to compete against other businesses, small and large, who are out there. So there is this perception that small businesses compete only against other small businesses, but that's not true. For example, in consulting, we go against IBM and Accenture, but we are probably much smaller than all of those large companies. But we have to compete against them to do business with SCE or SoCalGas or City of Hope. So always keep that in mind. So they give you a foot in the door, but it's really up to you to perform.
Good advice also. Okay, we're going to give away stuff. But ask questions, okay? Vanna White, was Miss Vanna White helping?
Or Pat Sajak himself. Mike. All right.
Hello.
Hi.
I really appreciate your wisdom and sharing you as an experienced person in the diversity program in gas company.
Yeah.
So my question is, what kind of statistics do you have in the diversity program?
Certainly.
In terms of ethnicity,
I can try to break it down from memory. I wish I had my booklet with me, but I can tell you last year, 2023, we did 44.05% with diverse suppliers, which was about $1.03 billion of our total procurement spend. We did 22% of that spend with minority women. We did 11.9% with Asian women. We did about 6% with African Americans and additional 5.7 or 8% with Hispanic Americans, but then we broke it down a little further and we did about 1.3%, 1.5% with LGBT. We did about 3% with service disabled veterans. And then we looked into the cornerstones of how we did business and we recognized that we were still missing some areas. So we went back and did some more data scrubbing and realized that some of our suppliers were classified under multiple categories. So in the case of women-owned businesses, they were also classified as an Asian-owned business or a Hispanic-owned business. And so when you do that in totality, we actually did about 25.6% with women-owned businesses under all of those auspices, and the rest fell under other categories. Now, when you look at the total number of people that we ingratiated into our technical assistance program, it was about 2,516 suppliers across all spectrums to include our relationships with community-based organizations. When you look at the number of community-based organizations that we touched, it was about 32 organizations across the Southern California spectrum and about 5 national organizations. When you look at the number of money that we spent with those community-based organizations, it was about $277,000. So, but if I had my book, I could give you some more exacts, but that's just a few statistics.
That's definitely an AI in our midst right now.
Hello, my name is Mark Choi. So today's the first time I've heard the term supplier diversity, and I'm trying to still figure out, but I kind of grasp something. So regarding gas companies, I understand it's kind of like, pipes and hardware and stuff, but I'm more towards hope. I was surprised when Faith asked, like, medical supplies, and what does Cox Communication have to do with that, and you were even considering it?
Yeah, I think Faith kind of threw that item out there just to give an item of how you procure something, but I'll give you a little background on Cox. So Cox actually, it has a couple of lines of business, and Cox Communications is a telecommunications company, a cable internet company here in California and a couple of other markets across the country. So from a procurement standpoint, we procure a lot of different things when we talk about cable, coax cable, fiber, but we also do IT sourcing as well, IT services, IT hardware, software. We also do a lot of professional services, and that's around just kind of workers within our organization from the telecommunications, as well as just so many different other areas that we do procure from. No, we don't. Right. Okay.
Can I?
Yeah,
chime in
it
on
was
that?
just yeah. Go ahead.
Let me chime in on that. So there's a misconception about organizations like ours. You mentioned that you understand gas pipes and things of that nature. We actually do buy medical supplies. We buy everything. We buy water, we buy safety materials, we buy first aid equipment. You think about the ecosystem of a company like a gas company, there are several facets that you're required to have certain things in place. You're required to have a safety program. You're required to have health and wellness. You're required to take care of your employees. You're required to have internal services, professional services. The pipes, valves, and fittings, that's just the good stuff that keeps the gas flowing. But everything else is what keeps the business going. The environmental services, the environmental impact studies, the training, the development, the HR, the accounting, the legal, all of that is purchased services. We have 5,000 employees, but they're just doing the day-to-day work. The stuff that you're asking about, that's all procured services. I encourage you, that's why I said I encourage you to read annual reports, not just mine, but everyone's, because you'll see the SIC codes, which are the the industry codes that tells you exactly what each company is spending on. And last I checked, there were over 2,700 codes for different things that people were buying. They buy the ink pens. I have to tell you a funny story, and you're gonna probably think I'm crazy, but a few years ago, we had this little thing called Aliso Canyon. It was a little leak, that we had to pay a whole lot of people a bunch of money. Well, with that leak, we had to buy a whole lot of things because we were on site in Aliso Canyon for well over a year. We even had to procure toilets. So when you think about the utility industry, don't think singular, think universal. When you think of cable, think universal because it's more than the coaxial cable and the wiring. It's everything associated with ensuring that that company can deliver the end product to your home.
And I'll just say from a Cox perspective, I think something that's a little different. We are privately held, so a lot of the things you could probably find on to us for SoCal can't find for Cox. So that's a conversation when we talk about medical supplies. If it is safety, first aid type things, absolutely, we can have that conversation to what are we actually procuring. But that's why it's very important to have the conversation with me or someone on my team so we can walk through actually what your business does, because there are a lot of people who really focus on Cox Communications, and then after we have the conversation, they may have opportunities within Cox Automotive or Cox Farms. That's something new that we're getting into. So I like to just know what you do so I can see if there's opportunity to what Vaughn said. It's really a large ecosystem of things that we procure.
So at City of Hope, clearly we buy medical equipment, medical suppliers, because that is our core of what we need to run operations. But we also, as Vaughn said, we buy a host of many other things, such as construction services, staffing, logistics, labor, transportation, HR, finance, you name it. All of those things that go into running our operations, we do procure those, we do purchase those. So given our core, there are other things that we must purchase just for the running of the operations.
Okay. Hi, I'm Geraldine Larson, president of the Philippine American Chamber of Orange County. Hi, Vaughn. Hi, Flora. Thank you guys for your support and continued support. My question is, my chamber is dedicated to getting a lot of my members certified. We actually ran a month-long webinar from getting certification. My question though is I'm trying to identify the members that should be certified and that can go after some of these procurement contracts. But I'm also concerned because I don't know about all of you, but I'm hearing a lot of, oh, I'm a social media influencer, I'm this, I'm that. Which I don't know if you guys even do that, but have you guys identified any future industries or parts of industries like electrification in the U.S.? Are there gaps of new businesses that we can help promote? Because I'm also promoting entrepreneur boot camp. Is there little businesses and industries that we probably should pay attention to for the future, like maybe 5-10 years, that might be new businesses that we need?
Sure, that's an open-ended question because there are so many things that are happening in
Vaughn,
our world
you're so
today.
good.
But I will say, if you look at the total ecosystem and you look at the direction that the state of California is going in terms of clean energy, you want to look at the hydrogen model and what's happening in hydrogen. What are all the elements thereof? You talked about electrification, but it's real. You want to look at EV stations. You want to look at what it takes to build an EV station or set up one. Or you want to look at the real estate to identify locations to place those EV stations. You also want to look at the holistic approach of what's happening internally. Where is the shift taking place? Is it AI? Is it customer service? And then you look at the smaller nuances of, okay, I'm in customer care, but we're no longer answering the phone. So maybe I need to create some type of widget that directs the messaging to someone's computer or cell phone. You look at transportation and you understand okay, the companies are no longer buying regular petroleum, they're buying hydrogen, but there's a shortage of hydrogen, but I know where to get the hydrogen. Perhaps I can create a new program that will allow the hydrogen to be sold second party or first party or direct at a fraction of what they've been accustomed to paying, and maybe I can become their new provider of choice. You also want to look internally to see what they're doing in terms of their staff. I'll be very candid with you. If you've ever been to a utility, you know that most individuals have been there 35 plus years and they're now walking out the door. So you probably have the opportunity to bring a value proposition that talks about transition, that talks about retirement, post-retirement, creating alumni programs, what's the training programs associated with new hires, where are they coming from? Where are you gonna get those people from? And how are they gonna know to do the same job that individuals that have been in this position for 35 years are doing? You also wanna look at the total picture of the utility or whatever company it is and say, you know, I've noticed that you have a gap in your supply chain. And I noticed that you're missing XYZ products from your supply chain. And I only know this because you're buying them third party. What if I can present that item to you and create a 5-year contract with you with a guaranteed discount on volume? Look at those things. And then look at the annual report again to see what the next hot model is. But I can tell you, if you know anything about the state of California and its clean energy initiative, you know that hydrogen and electricity are hot topics right now.
Hello.
Hey.
Victor, how can you help these micro businesses get access to capital? Because 90% of our small business are get denied. How can you help?
A big question. Capital. Like I said a couple of minutes ago about how important capital is. So I always put it down to just 3 steps to make it easy, because banks are notorious to make things complicated with big words and a lot of steps. But when you come to capital for businesses, I want you to think about it like yourself, right? So the first thing you want to look at is your character. Should I trust you? Just like anything you do in life, right? Relationships, just anything we want to do in life is all about character. But then in the professional world or the banking world, what do we call character? We say credit and everybody gets scared, right? That's what you call your FICO scores. That's what that number means. So when I talk to people, I'm like, the number doesn't mean anything, really. What we're looking for is your character. Can we trust you? Do you have the experience? Can you handle what we're giving you? So if you ask me, how do you access capital? So when you wake up in the morning, you're going to protect your character, that financial character, to make sure that, am I taking care of my bills? Am I paying, all my bills on time? Then the other part, once you have that done, that is the most important, because things happen to people. We, believe it or not, and that's where community banks are great for you, depending, compared to the big banks, because we can talk to you. We're in your community. Sometimes things happen. So that's why I say, when I say the number doesn't mean anything, yeah, sometimes it doesn't. You could have an 800 FICO score and we don't lend to you. There's a reason why. Because there's something we see that has to do with character. And then the vice versa, you could have a 650, because guess what? You were sick. And things happen. So that's that. And then you got to be realistic, right? How much cash do you have in your pocket? If you tell me to give you $100 and you have negative $10, I mean, let's be realistic, right? So maybe we should start by giving you $20 rather than shooting for $100, because you're already in the hole. So I can make an explanation to say, hey, we could pay that bad guy the $10, so you have $10 left to be able to do the other business that we want to do. And then we can grow. So people don't understand you grow with credits. Some of these big conglomerates you see, or these businesses, I've had business that walk into my office that open their checking account with $100. And 3 years later, they're doing $100 million. So sometimes we come in and we think, wow, I need this big loan. Sometimes it's 10,000, it's 50,000. But you have to understand what you can afford. Because if I give you $10, I want to make sure you have 10 cents every month to pay me, right? That's what we call your cash flow. How are you going to pay me back? And then the other part is, you know, small businesses, people who want to come into small businesses also neglect having assets. Assets are very important. You have to have some kind of collaterals. And there's so much different type of collaterals that you can have. But coming, the way I explain to people sometimes when they don't understand this three facet, right? Which basically what I just talked about is credit, right? Capital, which is, you know, you have to have your own capital skin in the game, right? You know, and your cash flow to be able to pay us back. So that assets is what do you have? So the way you look at it, again, I always like to bring it down to, because when you think about individual, it's a little bit easier because we think too much in the business realm and forget it's the same. It's like you go to a restaurant. Think about this. You don't have any money. So I'm going to give you food and serve you. How are you going to pay me? You're not going to go, right? Or you want to rent a house. You tell the landlord, I don't have a job. Okay, I don't have any savings. I don't have nothing. Just let me rent your house. I promise you I'm going to find a job, and I'm going to have money to pay you later. That's how banks think. You see what I'm saying? So people get upset. Oh, they decline me. They decline me. Show me something. There's two different things with banks and investors. Okay? So if you're looking for a partner, it's very different from looking for a banker, an investor partner. So if you come to someone and said, hey, you know, I'm starting this business and hey, you want to bring $50? I bring $50, that's partnership. Banks, right? We want a partner to make you succeed. We don't want to be a partner in the business. You see the difference? If you come to me and you don't show me how you're going to make this business succeed, how can I start, you know, trying to give you money? And the biggest thing for good bankers, remember I told you there's a difference between a bank and a banker. So one of the things you have to understand why you want to know a banker is that's where we come in. We're going to educate you. We're not just going to say no. We're going to sit you down and walk with you and teach you how to get this step by step and prepare you to be able to get to the next level. It's very doable, but as you talked about somebody running and not having a direction, it's exciting because once you know where you're going, you start taking that steps. So before you know, you are there. So I'm kind of saying this in a very different way, like a way a banker would speak. But I think when you start thinking that way, it's a little bit more powerful to understand how do I get capital? And whether it's $100 or 100 million, guess what I just told you guys? It's the same process. Thank you.
Excellent explanation. We have like 2 more questions.
Hi. My name is Cindy Ting. I'm with Kabataan Culture, which is a nonprofit organization that does Filipino language and culture. But my day job is I'm actually a special education teacher, and I work with students with emotional disabilities. They aren't going to be working in a traditional job that was defined. And so one of the things that we've been working with them is entrepreneurship. And everything that you've said, building connections, those types of things, I love it. And this is what I'm telling my students. But what any other tips that you would like that I can bring back to my students and to my my other high school students that may be interested in pursuing these types of careers that I can?
Something comes to my mind that I've heard over and over. I even heard it even today on the panel speakers today, and that is teaching resiliency and persistence, and really, you know, if the learning of if you fail, get up and try again and again. That piece, I think, is universal, not only to running a business or starting up a business, but just throughout life. And I think that's a very valuable lesson to teach, you know, at early age about, you know, try things. Don't be afraid to fail. And that kind of helps you learn. And as you learn, then you become more successful.
As an old Baptist kid, I will tell you what we were told as children. Nobody said that the road would be easy, but you have to be steadfast and unmovable. You have to have a strong yearning and a strong burning to get to where you're trying to get. That requires talent, but it also requires patience, but it also requires a little bit of study because you need to know what the trends are. You need to know what the directions of the companies are that you're trying to do business with. And then if I were to tell a young person today something that would stick with them as they're trying to enter into entrepreneurship is have a business plan. Without a business plan, you have no victory. You cannot walk this road without some sense of direction. And I keep stressing that because too often individuals go down a path and they stray away and they stay strayed. But if you have a plan, eventually you'll come back to it and you'll continue down that paradigm to get to that pivotal point that you've been aspiring for so long. So those would be my recommendations.
I really can't stress enough is research. I think something that you said earlier was a question around just industry trends. Read everything. If you're interested in IT, read it. What's the next thing? What's going on? And stay curious because really what you're trying to do as a business owner is fill a need. And you're trying to understand where you best fit and what you're talented at and what you're actually going to enjoy doing. So stay educated, reading, being curious, stay interested. I think I have the most amazing connection and relationship building when a business owner really believes in what they are doing, whether it's a service or a product. So it doesn't matter if I say no, they believe in what they're doing so much that they're going to keep going and say, hey, it was so great meeting you. Maybe one day Cox will have an opportunity for me, but I understand today's not the day. And that type of interaction always makes me think, how can I make an opportunity for this person? How can I open up a door for this person? So I would just say, tell them to stay curious because and read and stay interested and get into something that they love to do because that's truly, I believe that's where the growth is and that's where the sustainability is all over.
I thought it just stopped. So, but anyway, I think one of the things you mentioned, and thank you for mentioning that their business plan is important. And that's your roadmap. And I think, hope you talked about it. Don't give up. You know, just the biggest thing sometimes I also see is copycats. And what I mean by that is, ooh, oh, they are delivering this stuff and they're doing this stuff and they made so much money. It doesn't work that way. So it just never works that way. So try to be original. Try to think about what you really want to do. And that's why sometimes, even though it seems like a lot of work, you want to put it on paper. But my last and most important advice, please, you're a small business. I don't care if you're doing $1,000 a year. Get a bank.
So you answered a teacher. Now let's hear from a student.
Oh, okay.
Hello, my name is Kylie Aguilar. I'm a student at Academia Avante Charter, and my question is for Vaughn. And I'm asking, what strategies have suppliers done that have been most effective in selling their products?
Strategies that are effective in selling their product. I would say that the first strategy is to introduce the product in a way that a company understands what it is. The second step that I would say in just thinking about strategic is how do you position yourself to get your product into the market? The third step I would say is probably to have the innate ability to articulate where your product stands in terms of shelf life, in terms of durability, and in terms of placement within the company's ecosystem. And if you can get through all that, now you have the ability to talk dollars and cents. You need to understand what is the competitive price for that product. Is your competitor selling it for $20? If so, do you cut the price or do you sell it for $20 also with the caveat of what incentives your product offers? You need to have something that makes your product stand out. and you need to have something that says that your product is the product of choice. When you do that, you have the ear of the customer. And that's the key. You need to get the ear of the customer in such a way that it's an ear that they want to hear and they want to continue to entertain and set up that next conversation. Those are the strategies that I would say, just in thinking right off the top, that you want to implement. But if you want to go a little bit deeper, I would say that you want to research the company that you're going to be trying to sell that product to and be able to make the connection between need and service.
So advanced students, maybe you should invite Vaughn. They actually have a business class, and these are good. Miss Sosa, you guys can invite all of the team. So, wow, isn't that great? Did you guys enjoy it? Did you learn? Do you think you can get contracts soon? So I want to thank all of you. Thank you. Please give us a chance. That's all I'm asking. Give them an opportunity to make a presentation to you. They are hardworking, but most of them do not know how to do their statement of qualifications yet.
You got to work on that.
And this is what really a lot of the chambers of commerce, you know, I'm getting old now to teach everybody, and I think I have to pass it on to the other chambers of commerce that you can do all of this. It's about collaboration. So I'm encouraging all the ethnic chambers of commerce. Someone asked me if we're doing business with Chamber of Commerce. Absolutely. And these are the things that you can teach them. Supplier diversity is probably not part of CRA, but they have their own funding also. But don't ask a lot of money, you know, because all chambers of commerce are all asking for money from them, but they can always help in a lot of the sponsors because this is what they do. Remember, they are the bridge. You start from them. They will not give you, because that's always frustrating, right? When we go to workshop, oh, I've attended so many workshops. I never got anything out of it except pens. But at least our pen is nicer this time. But thank you. Thank you, Flora. Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Victor. And our next panelist is going to be awesome. It's going to be a fireside chat with the two CEOs, Brent and Clint. So, and Pastor Jack is going to ask hard questions. So I'm sorry, don't take a break. Just sit here. And I would like to do this. Can we do a selfie?
Sure.
I don't know how though. Who knows how to do it?
Okay.
We'll do
Don't
a
judge
selfie.
me.
The selfie, sit down.
You
that's
want us
gonna be
to turn
hard.
around and do it, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
One contract.
Uh-oh. Here, let's just squat a little bit. You have the longer arm.
Okay. Okay.
Hello. Everyone, this is save the best for last because these are really good stories, good fire chat. So can everybody please get seated? Well, I know everybody's having a good time. So what about this? Pastor Jack, can you come here, please? Mr. Clint? Mr. Brent? Okay, everyone, Mr. Brent and Mr. Clint. Oh, Mr. Clint. Hello. Hi. Good to see you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. Everyone, I was told that we all have to sit down because the dinner portion is going to be here and we cannot eat. So please, everybody sit down. Miss Aday, thank you so much for coming. Yes, yeah. Okay, 6 o'clock. Okay.
Test,
What's
test.
that? Yeah. Okay, everyone, please get seated.
Can you hear me?
Let me introduce to you Pastor Jack, and he's a pastor, so I'm sure he's going to make you be quiet.
Okay. Got it. One more. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait, that sounded like a UFC fight. We're going to start a fireside chat with a couple of banking experts. We had an earlier panel. An earlier panel said there's a community of people that are afraid of banks. So we're going to take the spook out with these gentlemen and get to know them a little bit better. Fireside chat. Fireside chat. I'm going to change the name a little bit. First of all, this is Clint Stein from Umpqua Bank. Everybody say Umpqua. Like umpire. Umpqua. That's how I understood it. Umpqua. And then we also have Brent Beardall from WAFED. And he brought his family. All right. All right. Faith, where's Faith? Faith, we're going to change it from fireside chat, because there's no fire. There's no marshmallows. Dr. Jesse Miranda, I'm the director of a nonprofit that focuses on Hispanic leadership, housing, small business development, all those kind of things. And also access to education. And Dr. Miranda's heart was in the education of Latinos. But he used to say this, in this business space, we would build relationship with people and say, give me your elevator speech, right? What's your elevator speech? Give it to me quickly. And Dr. Miranda would say, because relationship is so important, I don't have an elevator speech, but if you'll take the stairs with me. And so let's make this a stairwell to get to know you. Get to know you a little bit. And again, before we start, I want to point out some names, Faith. The National Diversity Coalition has gone through some challenges. Some of you know about them, some of you. But there are some banking institutions, some of our former partners who are no longer with us. They're not here. And I'd like to focus on those that are, including the FDIC. Where's Mary? Mary's still here. Hi, Mary. I met that gentleman in Portland, Oregon, handing out freebies. Did you bring your freebies here? for the FDIC? Okay. But listen, if this is your organization, please stand and stay standing. Central Valley Community Bank. Community West Bank. Mechanics Bank. Pacific Premier, stay standing, please. Pacific Premier Bank. Bank of California. Spectrum. Hop Skip Drive. Island Pacific. Comerica. Banner Bank. PNC. City National. And now I'm going to have Umpqua Bank stand. Wow. Including Clint. Please take us.
He is standing.
Oh. And WAFED. Wow. Okay, you can be seated. Can I say with sincerity, thank you for your support. Thank you for sticking your neck out. You didn't have to. This is the model of the National Diversity Coalition. We believe in sticking our necks out for the underserved, for the marginalized, for those that can't speak for themselves. And we risk things. Clint, Brent, we risk partnering with banks who some organizations, nonprofits, advocacy groups say, no, we don't want that merger. And we're going to come and we're going to bully you into submitting to a community development plan that fits our need. That little Filipino right there, she does not take orders from anybody else. She reads you, Clint. She reads you, Brent, and she says, wow, there's some sincerity there in what you're trying to accomplish. Let's have an agreement, and we'll support your merger. And that's how we work. That's how we operate. We sometimes I like the hammer, and Faith says, no, let's use a carrot, and let's see where we can build relationship. So, Clint, give us your stairwell speech. Who is Clint, and why is he a banker?
How many flights of stairs do we have here?
Well, we've settled. We've stopped after the first.
Well, what I'll say about like I first met Faith, I don't know, probably 3 years ago, and we do have an agreement, but it's a handshake agreement, and it's been very productive. I think that our values as a company align with what she's trying to accomplish, what you're trying to accomplish. My personal background and my personal beliefs align with that as well. I started out first generation college grad, stumbled into, became a CPA. Brent, I don't want to steal his thunder, but he did as well, and he told me that CPA stands for can't pass again. And he's right. And then fell into banking. Somebody gave me a call and said, have you ever thought about working at a bank? And I said, no. That was 26 years ago. And first 30 days, I started learning all these new terms that we have in banking that are odd, like OREO, it's not a cookie. And I thought, what have I done? I had this great career trajectory and, public accounting, and I just tanked it. I don't know anything about it. But, I love it. The difference that we can make across our communities. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that be a company like Umpqua Bank. We're in 8 states, over 300 locations, and we're in a lot of rural communities. We're in all the major metro areas in the Western U.S., and we make a tremendous impact in the communities and the lives of our customers, and so it's very rewarding from that perspective.
Glenn. Somebody say, or somebody clap. That was an introduction. It's not easy to be up here with a spotlight in front of in the stairwell. Brent, how about yourself?
I actually owe a debt of gratitude to Clint. First time I'll ever publicly acknowledge Clint having done a good thing. I kid. Clint and I go way back, about 25 years? But Clint called me up when we announced our potential acquisition of Luther Burbank Savings, which we just closed last month here in California, $8 billion bank in California. And he said, Brent, there's a couple of people you need to know, and one of those people is faith. And we started a relationship with NDC. And the thing that's amazing about faith in the NDC, and you, Pastor Jack, is it's a faith-based organization. I was blown away when we were on the call, and you said, hey, can we pause and say a word of prayer? And it was phenomenal. And to me, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. And I said that before the accident, and I'll talk about it a little bit later tonight. But I am the luckiest guy in the world. I love what I get to do. I love who I get to do it with. I love that I get to tease this guy all day long, and he's so nervous sitting there looking at me with the microphone in my hand because I have dirt on him, and that makes him really nervous. Right, Chris? Chris is smiling back there. Chris knows that's true. But at WaFd Bank, so we're a 107-year-old bank, headquartered in Seattle, Washington. We're now in 9 western states, $30 billion in assets. We're unique that every single mortgage loan we've ever made, we keep. We don't sell it because we know that when you sell the loan, you lose the right to serve your clients. And that's what matters to us, is that we can serve our clients in the good times and in the bad times. It's really easy to be a bank in the good times. What's really hard is when stuff happens, and stuff inevitably happens. And so that's kind of the difference we make as regional banks, is we're able to connect with the communities. And as Clint said, we are thriving in the smaller towns. The bigger towns get hard, but the smaller towns where relationships matter, that's where a relationship bank like both Umpqua and WaFd matter.
You shared something earlier at the lunch about you learned something from a farmer. Said the component to a quality community is what?
Very interesting. He's a farmer and a banker out in rural Texas, and he said every small town needs 3 things. They need a school, they need a church, and they need a bank. And I believe that's absolutely true, right? You think about being a well-rounded individual, you probably need all 3 of those things, and we could talk a lot about each of those.
Did you notice that the banker did not mention a golf course? Wow. I have a question. I had a question for the other panel. They were wow, pretty adept if you part of that. DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Let me say something that's going to irritate half of this group, at least half of you. There is a presidential candidate who says DEI is not diversity, equity, inclusion. It's didn't earn it. What are your thoughts on that? Didn't earn it. Either, both of you. I'm going to ask both.
Yeah, no, I'll go ahead and start. Let me say, I don't like the words DE and I because it's too hollow. It's too check the box. You get to put something up on your website and you say, I have a DEI program, and you think it works. At the end of the day, we need to really believe it, and we need to live it. It needs to be in our core values, and we should select who's going to work with us, who we're going to do by what's right and what's fair, period, right? And we need to analyze that on an individual case-by-case basis. It's not because something is dictated to us that's why we should do it. It's a golden rule. Do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. And if someone is not getting their fair shake, it's up to us to try to rectify that. So in terms of what the presidential candidate said, I think he's wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really have met very many politicians that I would agree with from any party. But at Columbia Bank, pre-merger, and I've carried that forward as CEO of Umpqua Bank. We have starting with our board of directors, we have tremendous diversity. We were very early on in terms of diversifying our board. Our executive leadership team is very well-rounded and diverse, and I look at that as get different perspectives. And while Brent and I think we know everything as CEOs, sometimes we don't. And in order for us to truly understand 360 degrees of any problem or any opportunity, you need that diversity of thought. So when we look at how I think about it is, are we representing the communities that we serve? And we're in a lot of different communities, and diversity in some of those in those communities can look different. So, for example, in the state of California, I think the number is 43% of our associates are diverse, and they're reflective of the demographics of the different communities that we're in. That's kind of how I look at it. Is if we're truly serving the community and a part of that community, do we reflect that? You know, and so you can't do that by just putting out a number, because then I think, you know, I think about our chief marketing officer. He's diverse. It's phenomenal. He's in the job because he's absolutely the best person. He's better than Brent's. Although Brent doesn't think so, because I don't go on TV like Brent. Brent's marketing guy gets him on TV. But see, I'm just going to keep talking here, so he can't zing me back. But that's kind of how I think about in our values. It's right in our culture statement that you can show up at Umpqua Bank and be your true self, and nobody's going to judge you. You know, and it's not just a poster that we put on the wall. It's not something we put in our annual report. It's not something we put out in the ESG report. It's just how we go about running our company in our daily lives.
So I can't resist. Pastor Jack whispered this to me. He doesn't remember it, but he said, you know, Clint has a face for radio. So that's maybe why he's not on TV. I love you, Clint. Come on. That deserved a better laugh, didn't it, Faith? No, okay. I failed miserably. I totally agree with what Clint said, right? Sometimes you get into the big seat. You get into the number one seat as CEO, and you think you know all that. Wrong. You don't. I'm a student of banking history. The number one similarity, commonality of all bank failures is what? Hubris. You think you know all that. You don't want people to challenge you. Look no further than Silicon Valley Bank, the second largest failure in U.S. banking history. They failed because of hubris. They failed because instead of raising capital first, then restructuring the balance sheet, they said, oh no, we can do it the other way around. We can restructure the balance sheet, then raise capital. And it failed miserably, right? So you need to surround yourself with people that will call you out. If we cannot articulate why we're doing something and why it's a good idea, and have people from vast different backgrounds, different experiences, different cultures, different values question us, then we're not doing our job, I think. And I think that's a wonderful thing about this kind of next generation of leaders, especially with the smaller banks, is they get that we are stronger together. And I encourage my team, if they ever hear me say something that's patently false, call me out on it. Hopefully they don't embarrass me in public, but pull me aside and say, hey, Brent, you're wrong. Because I'm going to be wrong from time to time, and that makes us a stronger organization. And to me, that's what the purpose of DE&I is about.
Thank you. Well said. Well said. I have another acronym for you. In fact, it's taken me 10, 12 years to understand all the acronyms. You go to Washington, D.C., and it's better than learning the whole names, but acronyms. Here's another one for you. CSR. Corporate social responsibility. I want to speak to what you said because I agree. You can't legislate DEI, not in its true spirit, and you can't legislate CSR. Does anybody know what CSR is? Say it loud. Corporate social responsibility. That word responsibility bothers me because it's talking like you're responsible. Corporations, you're responsible. I like to use this as often as I can. We got some raise your hand if you're a nonprofit organization represented. Raise it high. You've got some nonprofits here. And why do we come to the bank? You know what they said about that old that bank robber who was getting carted away with handcuffs? A reporter asked him, why are you robbing the banks? He said, that's where the money is. And sometimes the nonprofits, why are you coming to my CRA officer, community reinvestment officer, like this? How unattractive is that? Unattractive. You're too nice to say, put your hand away, please. You're pointing at me 5 ways. But just to do this, how about a partnership? How about a relationship? I think our other panel talked about relationship. So corporate, social, relationship. What are your thoughts on, again, maybe we're legislating too much instead of building relationship. And how do you build relationship with your assessment areas?
Sure. So I'll start with that one. Again, I tend to stay away from the buzzwords, buzz phrases, because too easily you just try to check the box.
Yeah.
Put something out there. I truly believe your values aren't what's up on your website. It's not what you put in your proxy statement. The values are what are you doing to live every single day. Right? And I met with our team yesterday, and I challenged them to go back and said, sit down with your team, and what are you doing to demonstrate to our customers what our values are? Don't tell them what our values are, show them what our values are. And in terms of relationships, we have a motto at WAFED. It's pretty darn simple. Love what you do and make a difference. Life is too short not to love what you do. Can anyone look at Faith and not know that she loves what she does? She's passionate about it, right? And it's hard sometimes to be passionate about being a banker. Luke at the FDIC, it has to be tough to be an FDIC examiner sometimes, right? But you can see his face. He loves what he does, right? So love what you do. Empower your team to love what you do. It's not always glamorous, but find a way to love what you do or do something else. And then after you love what you do, make a difference. Be part of the community. And that's where when a not-for-profit comes to WAFED, and I say, what kind of relationship do you have with our bankers? Like I thought the previous panel was fantastic, but several of the members say, you don't need a bank, you need a banker. And I'd say that to you as not-for-profits. Build relationships with bankers, not necessarily the banks themselves. The bankers represent the bank. That is the most valuable asset both Clint has and I have, is our bankers. Our people make the difference. So that's where you should build the relationships.
I think it goes back to Brent's comment about that farmer in the Central Valley. I mean, know where you're at, Brent. We're not in Texas. As bankers, that's one of the most gratifying things is that we understand. I mean, we started out, we're still community bankers. Smaller banks would say, oh, they're too big. But, it's not your asset size. It's your mindset. It's how you serve your customers. And especially in the smaller markets that we're in the rural communities, you go out there and, our bankers I don't know, I've got all kinds of stories. We had a banker that rebuilt an engine on somebody's boat. We had one that taught him how to drive, a customer how to drive a boat. We have one that delivers feed for their 4-H project, their kids' 4-H project, sheep. And that's just the kind of stuff that they do because it's the kind of people we attract that want to be a part of the community. They want to give back. And we also have a very large nonprofit niche. We've got a couple $2 billion of nonprofit business that we do. And to Brent's point, the people that our employees, our associates that are involved in that vertical are very passionate, and they understand the nonprofit world, and they want to make you as successful as they can, and they want that partnership. I'll say have more than just one banker. So Brent's still kind of learning this relationship banking thing, but no, it's have a team of bankers, and at the same bank, at Umpqua Bank, of course. And if you need multiple banks, then WAFED would be okay. But I think that's the key, is really understand the difference between. I mean, you look at the market share, and what is it, Brent? The GSIBs, the systemically, the ones that are dubbed systemically important are 70% of market share in the country. They're not here. Maybe some that are on the smaller end, their names out there, but they didn't stand up. Brent's got, half his team in Northern California here, and so I think that speaks volumes, and it's what are they doing in those communities? That's really kind of how it plays out. It's not about, it was a few years ago where, this CSR stuff started to pick up, that maybe it's not about just shareholder return, absolute shareholder return, it's all your stakeholders. That's how we've done business for the entire 31 years that our parent company and 71 years that our bank's been in business. We have 4 stakeholders, and we think about it, like the legs on this chair. It's our associates, it's our customers, it's our communities, and our shareholders. We can't forget about our shareholders, but that's not what drives everything we do. The returns we drive for our shareholders are a byproduct of everything else.
Yeah, I would say we firmly believe in purpose over profit. No question in my mind. But unless you generate a reasonable profit, you won't be around to fulfill your purpose. So there's room for both, right? There is absolutely room for both. Earn a reasonable return. And one of the learnings I've had over my career too is don't look to extract the last dollar and cent you can from somebody else. Leave some on the table. That's why Clint's doing so well, because we've left him some work out there. I kid. And let me say this. You'll notice that Clint and I rib each other back and forth. We are like brothers. I seriously, I love this man, and he knows I do. And it's a beautiful thing when you realize that life is not a zero-sum game. I don't need to succeed at the failure of Clint, and vice versa. We are outside of each other's company. We're probably each other's biggest fans. Inside of each other's companies, we tear each other apart. But it's a wonderful thing. And I think the same thing is true for not-for-profits. Build each other up. There's room for all of us.
Good. Well said. Well said. Our the National Diversity Coalition's president has gone through some stuff. And so, again, I want to thank our sponsors for being there, sticking your neck out. She says, in order to be generous, you have to be profitable. What you just said. Like you can't be giving what you don't have. And that is a philosophy of the NDC. And so, again, this ugly model, just to turn it, just a quarter. Can we partner? What do you want from your partners in the nonprofit sector? What are you looking for?
Sustainability. Everybody at some point in their life can benefit from a helping hand. But a handout isn't sustainable. And that's what Faith and I have talked about in the time that I've known her. That's why, I continue to support the NDC and Faith, is because it's about creating things, programs that are sustainable, repeatable, and can build and actually change. Because if it's not sustainable, you're just giving money away, and and that's limited. I mean, it's you said all the money's at banks. I'll disagree. Now it's in dispensaries, at least in the Northwest. But in all seriousness, we do have finite resources, and we have to be very selective about who we partner with, and make sure that what they do will actually make a difference.
Yeah, no, very similar. It doesn't make a difference. But more than that, is it something that we can lever, right? Can you invest $1 and have it turn into $10 worth of value, right? You want to invest where you can get the biggest bang for your buck in terms of making a difference. And, for us, financial literacy is a huge deal, an absolute huge deal. And we were talking about it on one of the earlier panels. And I'm so tired of, we're going to create a course. We're going to create a course. There are so many courses out there, right? Well, we're going to require people to do this and get a low-income housing loan or whatever it is, which is all well and good. but it starts with each and every one of us. We need to be financially literate ourselves. We need to understand what our finances are. And thankfully, there's technology with my bank, with his bank. You can have a real-time balance sheet. Understand where you are. If you want to help create someone with a financial plan, you have to understand where they are today, right? So do that yourself, then teach your family how to do it. And there's phenomenal tools. We have Greenlight. If you bank with WaFd Bank, you can use Greenlight for your kids, so your kids can have their own accounts. You can teach your kids as young as 5 years old how to manage money. They get their allowance, you pay them, they can begin to understand how to do it. And now we're going to the other side. One of the things we are really worried about is elder abuse. It's pervasive in our society. Well, couldn't we do the same thing with the Greenlight app for your parents? So you're aware of everything that's happening in their accounts, right? So let's look for ways to not just build other courses and tell people to go look at our course online, but actually be using that, and that starts with each and every one of us.
Question to close the gap. Well, I think one of our other panelists, Marcela Palos, said this about the immigrant who comes into this country and the benefit of being called the Bank of America is pretty attractive. And then you have a branch pretty much everywhere. How do you close that gap? I wouldn't even call it competition, but what you just said, you want to build relationship, you want to give access to this. And before you answer that question, we do have a regulator in the room. The federal government, each federal government, CFPB, the Federal Reserve, FDIC, OCC, they all have financial education materials, each one, like separate. And it's like, I ask quietly, as nicely as I can, should the federal government be teaching us financial education? Because why? Because we have a deficit in the trillions. So I'd like to go to a bank to get my education. So how do you close that gap? How do I get access to Greenlight?
Well, for us, you open an account at WaFd. We give it to you. We give it to you free of charge. So, I mean, but to me, the question isn't so much who's going to do it. It's out there. It's just you need to be proactive and look for it and partner with someone that can give it to you. We've got a real issue in this society. When we talk about the unbanked and the underbanked, the earlier panel said something really important. They're afraid of banks.
Yep.
Why are they afraid of banks? Because banks have done some terrible things in the past. Let's own it. I don't think it's been our banks, but maybe there were bankers in both of our banks that did it. We have lost the trust. So how do we gain that trust back? I don't think it's up to Clint and I to say how we gain that back. I think we need to listen to you as leaders in the community to tell us how do we gain that trust back. I would love nothing more than to open a bunch of our free checking accounts that have very low cost in terms of NSF fees and so forth that are good for the consumer. How do I get them to trust us as a bank? That's a challenge for all of us.
So we were just recognized as one of America's most trusted banks by Newsweek. So I can share some notes offline with you, Brent. But
you were right behind Silicon Valley, is that right?
Surpassed them this year. I don't know that we're going to get the immigrant that's first day in the country, sees Bank of America, goes, that's where I need to be. But over time, I'll take it back to reflecting the communities that we serve, and that diversity in our associate base, multilingual, they're part of that immigrant community, and that's where that trust starts, is because there's somebody that, okay, there's not a language barrier, they have that trust, and then it comes into, they start the relationship, and it just builds over time. Another area is we try to partner with a lot of organizations that are doing things in the community, and in particular in LMI, census tracts, and leverage what they're doing, and then layer in things like financial literacy. Have our bankers go out, if they're having an event, have our bankers go out and actually put on financial literacy workshops and hand out materials and different things. And like Brent said, we all have tools, but if they don't know that they exist, then they're not going to use them. So I think we're doing our parts, and we'll continue to, because it's a huge. I mean, even, sorry if I offend anybody in here, but even some of our bankers, I look at how they manage their own finances. It's like they need financial literacy, and they're bankers. So I guess maybe our background starting in accounting gave us a little bit of a head start, but it really is an issue. I mean, our kids are fortunate. I mean, I had them on performance plans from the time they were 7 years old, where, so they have a budget. They're on a incentive compensation system, but they're older now. But people thought it was pretty extreme to put a 7-year-old on that. Okay, it's just a little league game, but if you get to first base, you get a quarter. And you set out the expectations, but that's all part of, for years they don't, so they're now they're in college, and I'm very proud of where they're at. Not everybody has that. So how do we provide that to as many people within our communities as we can? And to us, I think it's leveraging those community partnerships.
We're going to open up to some questions. I have one last question for them. Both of these bankers, both of these CEOs, how do you arrive, each of your banks, at the number for philanthropy? And while we're doing that, if you have a question, please, is there a microphone to be able to pass around?
Yeah, so it's an art more than it is a science. And for us, I look at it in twofold. What can be direct philanthropy, then indirect philanthropy? Where can we make loans or provide depository services to help someone get better? And that's what most of our CRA function is about, making loans to those that are in the low and moderate income communities. How can we help? The direct giveaway in terms of the philanthropy, that's a relatively small portion. What can be bigger is the loans and the investments that we can make that we can really leverage to become bigger.
Yeah, and we're not a lot different in terms of those activities. I think we did $270 million of first-time home buyer grants, loans, affordable housing, and some of those things. And those are all good for CRA, which, by the way, credit unions don't have a requirement for. If you take the credit unions in their market share in the U.S., it's roughly equivalent to Citigroup. So could you imagine Citigroup not having any CRA requirements? If just the California credit union population or market share would be the 8th largest bank in the U.S. So there's a huge opportunity, I think, for nonprofit organizations and for partnership, because we compete with credit unions every single day. They pretty much have become banks.
And they don't have the CRA.
They don't have the CRA requirements. Their name's not out on the sign. They're not here on the stage. So, and they have a depending on your location, anywhere from a 25 to 30% tax advantage because they don't pay taxes. But back on, I'll take us out of that rabbit hole. It's something Brent said about trying to lever what you do, and if it's 2x, 10x. So what we do with a lot of things when somebody comes to us and says, hey, can you help us out? We're like, okay, we will match what you're able to do throughout your other donors or your other programs. And so it's a way to, once again, create dialogue, but also leverage rather than just us cutting a check for what we can do for that one particular thing.
Let's open it up for some questions. Let's start on this side. Where do you want to, Adil, where did you hear introduce yourself and then raise your hand if you want, if you have a question. Students, consider a question.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Canlobo. I'm with the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Greater Los Angeles. And my question is really in a personal perspective of what had happened in 2023 as far as the Republic Bank and Silicon Valley Bank. As you know, a lot from the consumer's perspective and small entrepreneurs, they have moved from the community and regional bank to national bank. So what are you doing in order to gain those businesses back?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? In the United States, we're a fractional banking system. Sounds like a technical term, but basically it says that Clint's bank and my bank, when you make deposits, we just don't leave those deposits in our vault and wait for you to come give it back. But we take the majority of those deposits and we turn around and we lend it into the communities we serve. So if all of the depositors come at one time and say, we want our deposits, you remember the Christmas time movie, It's a Wonderful Life? It doesn't work. And so Silicon Valley Bank lost 26% of their deposits in one day, and that's why they failed. I don't care if you're JP Morgan Chase, probably the strongest bank in the United States, if you lose that much in deposits in one day, you're done. So here we were just doing our job, keeping our nose clean and just trying to serve our communities, and this happened. And then it really bifurcated the banking sector. There's about 4,500 banks in the United States. You've got the too big to fail banks that Clint was talking about earlier, those that have the implicit guarantee of the United States government. So if you have your deposits there, you don't need to worry. It can be uninsured, but it's so big that you believe the government will back them up. They're fine with the way the system is today because they're the beneficiary. As you pointed out, more deposits have flowed to them, and they're the best deposits. They're the lowest cost deposits. Then you have about 95% of the banks out there that are under, call it $2 billion. And they're fine because they have no uninsured deposits, so they're fine. So you've got banks like Clint and mine in the middle, the mid-sized bank group that are just caught in between. And so really my perspective is we need reform and FDIC insurance to let everyone know that your deposits are safe. As depositors, you should not have to worry about the financial health of your banks. I think you have to have FDIC reform, but what can we do? We just need to be out in our communities telling people and more importantly, showing people how strong we are and how important we are to our communities.
Yeah, and the thing I'll add on that is Silicon Valley didn't have really a lot of diversification in their customers, for the size bank they were. And so we spent a lot of time talking to our customers about why we're different and the granularity and the diversification that we have, the strength of our franchise, the tools available to provide through different programs, insurance up to $140 million for businesses. So it was a lot of communication, but we did lose deposits, and you combine that with the Fed's quantitative tightening action, and that's it's put pressure on banks. Our bill for Silicon Valley and Signature's failure from the FDIC was $41 million. So when they say that taxpayers funded that, banks, the insurance fund is paid by us, and for the first time in history, it used to be pro rata. Every bank, all 4,500 of us would pay our pro rata share. It was I think 114 banks that covered that. So $41 million because somebody else screwed up, had a bad business model, got caught short. Imagine what we could do in our communities with $41 million instead of, sending it to the FDIC. But what I'll say is it comes back to the other things we talked about: our people, the connections they have in the community, and we're having a lot of success, especially with really small businesses right now, and we have some of our bankers that are in the room are at the center of driving that activity, and it's been pretty impressive to see what they've been able to do in spite of the headwinds.
Thank you so much, Faith. Pastor, giving honor to the Almighty, and thank you for putting this on. My question to your two distinguished guests that are there, you spoke of DEI early on. I'm the president and CEO of the Regional Cal Black Chamber of Commerce here in the San Fernando Valley. We cover about 35 cities, a little under 1,500 base members. When you speak of the DEI, I concur on some of the things you mentioned, but can you share with me your stats in reference to minority-owned businesses that you're doing business with thus far under each of your respective banners? Because with 1,500 members, we're a force multiplier. We like to think that 1,500 brings us 15,000 members, and we're constantly of them regarding, particular bank, particular percentage African American that you may be doing business.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. That's tough because most of our businesses are owned by multiple persons, and so is it one minority owner, and then you count that business as a minority-owned business, or where does that stand? The way I look at it is about 10% of our businesses we do business with are minority-owned in one way, shape, or form, which is not enough, and we want to do more. And we are just coming into California, so I would welcome the opportunity to sit down with you and ask how we can do better in that.
Yeah, that's I don't have that number in front of me. Happy to exchange information with you and get you real data. I mean, we have over 1 million customers. What I will say is that small business is a focus for us. We were pre-merger, we were the #1 SBA lender in Portland and Seattle. We slipped, I think, was it #3, Chris, in Seattle this year. The team knows I'm not happy. We've made wholesale changes in our SBA group as a result because we want to be #1, and those are very small, express type to small businesses. I'll go back to the Paycheck Protection Program. That was something that we were very adamant about, making sure that we were serving women-owned and minority-owned businesses in that. And some banks, and you do the right thing, and when you see competitors that aren't doing the right thing, and you go, well, they'll get their day of reckoning at some point. I'm very proud of the way that we approached that. We did it on a first-come, first-served basis, where some banks were prioritizing and taking care of their big customers first. Get that $10 million cap, get the fee, everything. We put in $82. The smallest one we did was $82. It was for an Uber driver. We put that ahead of a $10 million loan. So I don't have the numbers of what we do, but that's kind of how we run the business. And so happy to connect with you after this and see how we can partner and leverage. Get in. We have branches and offices here. I don't know that are you in LA County, Brent?
Boy, do I have to educate you.
You don't have to agree with me, but regarding DEI, what I'm going to say, a lot of Asians are very meek, humble, quiet. We just work hard. We're very passive. This DEI thing, we came to this country for equal opportunity. We're not equal. We're not created. There's always going to be someone prettier than you, more intelligent than you. But the thing is, with equal opportunity in this country, we were told that if you worked hard and you're discriminated against, work harder and you'll be rewarded. And that's what built this country great. Hard work and merit, not color, not all these things. And the discrimination, everybody discriminates against everybody. It's part of life, Be a man and work harder, and you'll be rewarded. And so I believe in DEI because I understand some people don't get the opportunity because they're not as smart and not as, they don't have the family structure that Asians have. I believe in all that, but sometimes I think it's
Thank you for that. I would just say, I believe in DE&I, but I also believe in a meritocracy, right? The most qualified person should earn the job.
Hi, my name is Melessia Higuera. I work with a nonprofit organization, Third Step Ministry, and I wanted to ask you guys, as banks, what are you looking for in terms of community partnerships? Um, what are your criteria, or what are you looking for to create those partnerships, and what are your goals to impact the community, and how can us as nonprofits try to meet those goals for you as well?
It's going to vary based on the community. You know, if it's an area like Southern California, it's very different than if it's a small farming community in Southern Idaho. But I guess it comes back to we support organizations that our employees are passionate about, causes that they're involved in. Maybe if they're on the board or they volunteer. You know, I mentioned that we have a pretty substantial nonprofit banking vertical or niche. That obviously helps if we have a relationship where, you know, if you're banking at Bank of America or a credit union, and you come to us and say, hey, we want you to be our primary sponsor on this thing, and there's no other relationship, and it's probably not going to happen. But if you know, it's something where we're involved, there is that dialogue, or there's the opportunity to start that, and it's something that we believe in as a company, then, and the last thing I'll say is I'll go back to, and what you're doing is sustainable. It's truly going to make a change over time, as opposed to just, you know, one and done type of partnership. I know it's really vague and high level, but it really is, you know, location by location, market by market.
Yeah, just like Pastor Jack said, not like that, but that a relationship. And I would echo what Clint said, right? For us, it's not a top down. We don't sit in Seattle in the boardroom and say, this is strategically, these are the not-for-profit investments we want to make. The investments are going to bubble up from our teams that are on the ground, our bankers that are working with you. We encourage our bankers to be out there involved, right? Making a difference in the communities, and where they see the not-for-profits making a difference, they're going to come to us and say, these are the not-for-profits we should invest in.
My name is Jay Montenegro. I'm here as a parent. And so just the other day, I had a client that texted me their receipt from Jack in the Box, and they ordered 2 sandwiches and a soda, and then they were just like, I can't believe this is costing over $20. So there might be a time where the CRA community, like the communities that you guys are reaching out to, that are low income, that could grow with the way that happening, prices going up. So my question is twofold, where one, I wanted to know specifically with your banks, like what percentage is actually allocated in growing your CR part. And second is, I also wanted to know, like the same way the lady over here was asking about percentages, and the other lady over there talking about if you work hard and the people that you're serving should get these jobs. I also wanted to ask, you don't have to answer now if you don't have the numbers, but maybe you could share it with Faith later on. What's the percentages of your bank specifically hiring and giving opportunities in the actual neighborhoods that you guys are investing in? The reason why I ask that is because if you're telling, like as a dad, if I'm telling my son about financial literacy, but I'm not meeting him where he is, or I'm not trying to convey to him in a sense of at a language that he'll understand, an environment that he'll understand, he's just gonna hear it from one ear and not the other. However, if you hire within this community that you guys are wanting to invest in, and hiring costs money, So if you didn't want to pay them, at least maybe offer internships for young adults to literally firsthand learn more about the banking industry. I think that can make a huge impact in the CRA communities that you guys are trying to serve in, because then now you'll have somebody from that neighborhood learning about the bank and sharing it with their peers as opposed to somebody else outside trying to teach them. They'll be able to talk to themselves and share like different aspects of the bank of what you could do and work with the bank if they learn it firsthand. Because retail banking is what most people in the CRA community know about. They don't know about the different levels and aspects of banks because they're just not introduced to it. Because for the most part, from my experience, they haven't been hired in those positions.
Sure. So you covered a lot of ground there, but let me just say I could not agree more. And for those of you that are interested in working at the best bank on stage, you can reach out to me. We offer stock options to every single employee, including tellers. Our 401k match is 7%. If you contribute 4%, we'll do 7%. Yeah, that's exactly right. Long term, our goal is if you work at WAFED, it will be the last job you ever want to have. So, and I want to reach out and have the underrepresented communities represented at WAFED. And it's a beautiful thing because we are now just in California. We only have 11 branches. We don't have a massive overhang of branches like Cliff has, which is a beautiful thing. Cliff. But no, we would welcome that opportunity.
Yeah, the one thing I'll address also is, for us, when I talked about our employee demographics and representing the communities that we're in, that's kind of how we get there, because it's different. Like if we're in the east side of King County, there's a high Asian population. If we're in Central Washington, it's a high Hispanic population. And so by virtue of looking at and matching those demographics, it kind of leads me to believe that, yes, we are recruiting where people live. That's where they want to work. But we do have an internship program. And last year, 75% of our interns were diverse. I haven't seen, they're going through the hiring process for this year's interns. So I haven't seen that. But that's also something that we really look at through that program, to your point, is to expose a broader group to what a wonderful career banking can be. It was an accidental career for me and for about 90% of people. So how can we be more intentional about exposing people to that?
My name is George Alvarado from Academia Avance. I'm a college bound junior. And we're tracing back to what Pastor Jack Miranda said about like acronyms. And my acronym is CEO. As a student who is learning about financial literacy, I want to hear what your definition of a CEO is and how the vision of a CEO impacts how communities of color are incorporated into your bank model.
Yeah, very well said. My definition of a CEO is the number one servant leader. There should be no job at the bank that you're not willing to do. One of my favorite things I do when I interview people is to walk around downtown Seattle. And if someone will bend down and pick up the trash and throw it away, I'm interested. Somebody who's walks past the trash and says, that's not my job. Those aren't the kind of people I want to associate with. I want people that want to look outside of just the narrow scope of what the job they're trying to do and really build a better society.
Yeah, I think different people will view it differently. But Brant mentioned servant leadership, and that's a buzzword that came up a few years ago. I've always thought about it just a little more simply. Something needs to be done. Roll up your sleeves and do it. We come into the office, if the dishwasher needs unloaded, we unload the dishwasher. We clean up after ourselves. I'm never going to ask you as an employee to do something I wouldn't do myself. In fact, if you were in here for the last session, there was a table, and I was excited. It's like, all right, I got a table, get some distance from Brent. But then they said, well, it's fireside chat without a fire, so we're going to break the table down. I go, well, let me help. They said, no, we're afraid you'll hurt yourself. But, you know, it's just that mindset of you know, as CEO, everything in the company is your responsibility. And the buck stops on your desk. If one of your people makes a mistake, it's your mistake. You got to own it first, and then you got to help them through it. And that's back to making sure you surround yourself with the best people that you can.
So, thank you. You know, I gave the student a last question, but I cannot allow the veteran not to ask questions because they served our country. So go ahead. Really last, okay?
Thank you, Faith. My name is Celso Makaspak of the Mabuhay DJ Services. I've been doing it for 24 years. As you may see, I belong to the minority group. I've heard a lot of comments and information about the minority group. But my question, I'm also a veteran of 25 years. Do you have any special programs for the veterans, especially those who own business?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your service, sincerely. We don't have anything specific to veterans because, again, we want to try to treat everyone phenomenal. I want to treat everyone like they're my mother at the bank. That's how I want to treat them. We got a comment the other day from someone who had fraud on their account, and they reached out to us, and we immediately refunded all the charges. And she wrote me a note. She's like, for the first time in my life, I felt like the bank had my back. Right? That's the way it should be. That's what banking should be. Banking is a noble profession. And I don't want to just call out veterans and provide a program to veterans for that. I don't want to just call out Asian Americans to do that. I want to do that for everybody.
Amen.
What I'll say is that, you know, we're headquartered just a few miles up the road from a large military base. We have in the Puget Sound, where both Brent and I live, a fairly significant military presence. But then also throughout our 8-state footprint, we have a lot of veterans that are employees of our company. And you know, whenever we can find a veteran, we've got some great employees. They're well trained, hardworking. They'll show up. So you know, not necessarily from a product standpoint, although there are some programs that we have, but it's really from a employment standpoint. I always think that if we can find veterans, that it's our way of giving back, because you know, your sacrifice in serving the country for 25 years, or if it's 4 years, or if it's 10 years, or 20, is meaningful.
My gosh. It's so serious, but very impactful. Pastor Jack, thank you for facilitating this. Thank Pastor Jack. It's been there for us. And Clint, thank you. And thank you for introducing me to Brent. This is the kind of a CEO that is not afraid of competition. Can you imagine he introduced me to Brent? And then he said, if you need me to introduce you to other CEO, let me know. I said, I will. But that's the kind of CEOs there are. So I really, from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. And we pray that you're going to be doing so well in California. And if there's anything that you need from us, please let us know. Any outreach that you want us to do. These are leaders that can spread the word. We're very good in multi-level Avon sales, right? Tupperware, we're very good at that. So tell us what you need, because you cannot do this alone. We will be here for you from the supplier diversity, and thank you for mentioning that. Unfortunately, even hospitals, they're only doing 1% of the supplier diversity to people of color. Not even 1% to a lot of them, 0.001. That's how bad it is. So, and this is what National Diversity Coalition is all about.
So we have to call them out if we needed to. But the approach of NDC, just like what Pastor Jack is saying, is collaborative effort. We need to ask them, what are they doing? And then what else we can do for them together for them to be to be charitable, they have to be profitable. So why don't we have a picture taken? And then if everybody can stand up and our two CEOs here and Pastor Jack be here, and let's all stand up together so we can have our good picture, and then we go out because we're gonna use this for dinner. Thank you again.
Pastor.